hear us?
Do I need to set something on my same system? Do I need to set any audio? I don't need to set any audio settings on mine, do I, Kurt?
No, I think it is. I'm picking you guys up.
Carol, can you hear us?
I'd send her a chat.
I just did, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Nick, are you on? Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I don't think Carol can.
Let's send her an email. You can send her a chat, right?
Yeah.
Carol, can you hear us? No, she can't hear us. I just sent her an email to you. Kurt, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, you need to give us level about 30 seconds. We'll go ahead and get started, Kurt, if you're ready. We're ready. All right, I hope everyone can hear me. Good evening. My name is Dave Cronin, city engineer. And I'm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Bowman, we can hear you. Glad
Hello.
We can hear you, Commissioner Bowman. So again, my name is David Cronin, city engineer. I'm here with city staff members Jenny O'Brien and Christina Gherkin. And I'm going to work alongside Vice Chair Carol Bowman tonight to facilitate tonight's meeting's proceedings. Commissioner Collette is not going to make the meeting this evening. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, when you are not participating, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, we may mute or unmute people as needed to minimize distractions during a meeting. Please remember to state your name and title for the benefit of those listening remotely. You can turn your video on and off by clicking on the video icon on the menu. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on when you are participating in the meeting. When you are not participating, it's okay to turn your video off. Just remember to turn your video back on when you're participating. If you're participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom, somewhere on your screen, you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. Individuals who registered in advance to provide public comments remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The chair will then call for in-person public comment for those who are physically present. Staff will direct them to the podium to speak while following social distancing and safety protocols. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, staff will call on each member individually to provide their vote. Staff will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. Before we turn the meeting over to Commissioner Bone to start things, we're going to have Jenny do roll call. Jenny, go ahead.
And thank you, David. Please respond with present. Steve Evans,
Present.
David Baltiska,
Present.
Carol Bowen,
Present.
Nick Kuzniak,
Present.
Aaron Hayden, Court Buffington,
Present.
Tricia Colette is not present. Charlie Bryan and Gregory Critchlow.
This is Charlie Bryan. I'm present.
Oh, you are.
I'll
Okay.
join by video in a moment.
Great, thank you. And Gregory Critchlow. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Bowen, do you want to go ahead and kick things off? Vice Chair Bowen, you're on mute still, I believe.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Bowen. Tonight we have Jenny Kramer from the KDOT, and she's the bicycle and pedestrian coordinator to give us a presentation. Can you hear me all right?
This is City Engineer and we can, and yep, you see Jenny just popped on, so we'll turn it over to Jenny to share her screen and on a presentation.
Hello, thank you for having me. I am going to attempt to share my screen with the audio enabled so you can hear. I have a couple of videos I'm hoping to play. Let's see. Can you see the presentation mode?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you for having me. As Commissioner Bowen said, I am the bicycle and pedestrian coordinator for the Kansas Department of Transportation and was asked to come and speak to you tonight about our active transportation plan. We are at getting towards the end of this plan. It's been about a year and a half we've been working on it. So we're getting very close. Before I get too into the weeds though, I want to define active transportation in case anyone isn't clear what that is. And so we define it, we've changed the definition a little bit, but basically it's walking, using a wheelchair, scooter, bicycling, roller skating, or skateboarding for transportation. So you will see probably in future publications a slightly different version, but to give you an idea or to make it clear what I mean when I say active transportation is what it is. We hired Tool Design early last year, and in collaboration with them as a consultant, as well as internal and external partners, we have been working on the first active transportation plan since 1995. So it was in desperate need of an update. And we will be addressing the needs of all users who use active transportation. And so going beyond just thinking about the transportation system for motorized users only. And then our focus really is making improvements through policies, planning, design, and partnerships. So I'm going to play this video. This is our PSA.
Great things are happening for active transportation in Kansas. Pedestrian improvements, multi-use pathways, and more convenient connections to the places you need to go. Kansas is doing an active transportation plan for the first time in 25 years. Discover the benefits of active transportation in your community. Walking, cycling, roller skating, boarding, electric scooters, and bike share. Let's give everyone the gift of active transportation. Join us.
Okay. So that video, that PSA was developed to encourage Kansans, residents, all users of the transportation system to participate in our public meetings that we held in February. And so that was the first video we got out there. It happened to be around the holidays, so that's why we chose to give the gift. So getting into that season again. Oops, here's a brief timeline. So just showing when we kicked off, had some visioning. We formed our core team, so often called like a stakeholder meeting or a stakeholder group. Called the core team with mostly external partners of various agencies and organizations that we thought we needed representation from. And then we also have a KDOT technical advisory committee made up of folks from bridge, road design, local projects, etc. So meeting their planning for the public meetings, developing the videos, and then after having the meetings, really starting to draft the vision, the goals, recommendations, and now we are in the stage of drafting the plan, the toolkits, all of the other complementary documents that I'll discuss in a bit. And then we were hoping for end of September completion, but as you know, things like when you're really getting to writing up what based on all of the background and feedback, it often takes longer to get a product that you're really happy with and are just making it like as perfect as you want it or as close to perfect as possible. So just to talk about the engagement a little bit more, because this was we had a great experience. We had a really good participation from folks across the state. We held 19 public meetings, 9 public workshops that were targeting the different districts around the state, as well as the metro areas of Wichita and Kansas City. And then we had focus groups focused on these representative areas, so public works, also planning staff, engineers, elected officials, Parks and Rec. You can see the health and wellness was a big one. We invited our public health partners, economic development, younger generations, those representing older populations, those with disabilities, schools, and then we had a kind of catch-all as like recreation and equestrian, and so really great conversations in all of those meetings. And then on June 15th, we held 2 more meetings to go over the draft goals and then had some surveys after that allowed folks to provide additional comments. And I do want to say too, like before the February meetings, we did get out a survey across the state. And then some key themes from the public meetings are listed here: true transportation choices, equity, connectivity, partnerships. This was our final statement after the public responded. Kansas will be a place where people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have safe and convenient options to walk, bike, roll, and use other active modes for transportation and recreation. And then just highlighting the identified goals being safety, equity, mobility, community health and vibrancy, culture shift and education, and system longevity. We also conducted pretty early on a crash analysis. And this is a pretty technical document that will be available, and just looked at all of the causes of crashes with pedestrians and cyclists that resulted in injury and fatalities, and then came to some conclusions looking at like where those high risk areas are so that we can better address those needs. So the resources that are available right now are that PSA and video series, so one of which I just showed you. It's available on those are all available on the website and available for use whenever you, like, say, have a meeting or want to discuss active transportation, any kind of public outreach, they're available for use. I also want to point out that the PSA and video series was the winner in the video series category of the Transcom Skills Contest that AASHTO puts on every year. So that was exciting. That happened like just back in September. And so we also have an active transportation page plan Facebook page. We're collecting stories. I'll talk about that in a second. And then you can also see the public engagement meeting recordings and summaries at this website. So just to briefly talk about the story map, we really need representation in other parts of the state, but just wanted to show it here. But it always bothers me how empty it is. So if you have friends, family in these other parts of the state, please encourage them to submit their story. It's very easy. I have the link here, and you could just 1 or 2 lines in a picture and just your experience walking and cycling in your town. It can even be the needs too, like if you wanted to point out like gaps or needs in your area. Okay, so available soon, we'll have the final plan vigorously being drafted and reviewed. We're hoping by the end of December. And then we also are developing toolkits. So one our communities are really excited about is the active transportation planning toolkit for small and mid-sized communities. So basically under 20,000, but especially for, there's so many communities that are 5,000 or less, and their budgets don't allow them to hire a consultant to go in and do all the work needed to develop a plan. So this toolkit allows this plan to be community-led and takes them through the steps of getting that public engagement, identifying the needs, the gaps, prioritizing routes, applying for funding. There will be templates if we're developing a map. And then if they do have any funding, they could save that for maybe hiring an engineer to look a little more deep at the routes identified for identifying some cost estimates that'll help when applying for funding. Another toolkit, and so we're hoping to get that one done really soon because communities are anxious to start using it. So hopefully by the end of this month, we'll have that. Promoting active tourism, that is currently being drafted and reviewed. We hope to see that one soon. So that hasn't even gotten into our hands yet. And then bike and pedestrian accommodations on bridges. This will hopefully be more technical. It is designed to be especially well used by our internal KDOT bridge engineers, but also for communities. I'm just giving ideas on how to better accommodate cyclists and pedestrians on bridges. So often bridges are being renovated, rebuilt, and we want to make sure that if cyclists and pedestrians are using that bridge, if it's a critical connection, that those facilities are considered in the design at the beginning. Economic impact assessment and tool. This is also under review right now. Currently it's very technical, so we're hoping to make it, we're in the process of making it more user-friendly. And then, as I mentioned, the crash analysis and executive summary. So this is a glimpse of the front page of the toolkit for small and mid-sized communities to develop their own active transportation plan. And then I'm going to end with the final video of our video series.
Me gusta caminar porque lo aprendí en mi país, Guatemala. porque mi mamá tenía un negocio y yo tenía que ir a vender y pues caminaba bastante para poder vender lo que tenía que vender. Pero siempre me ha gustado caminar. Ahora que ya me operaron de mis rodillas, no lo hago tanto porque no quiero lastimarme, porque aquí sí me hubieran puesto. Y otro doctor me dijo que ya no hiciera eso, porque yo le dije todo lo que yo caminaba y dice, Adela está loca. Pero yo no estoy loca, sino que me ha gustado caminar. Yo tenía que aprender qué bus a dónde me llevaba, me bajaba y así era como yo conocía. Entonces, no fue tan difícil, ya que yo conocía las rutas y sabía cómo transportarme, ver el horario. Entonces, porque a mí mucho el carro no me gusta. Yo prefiero caminar, porque hay lugares para ir, ¿verdad? Digamos en todo este alrededor donde yo vivo, de aquí hasta donde yo voy a comprar al Aldi, porque en el Aldi también no hay banqueta. Entonces ahí yo tengo que irme donde pasan los carros y poner buen oído por si viene un carro atrás. Si es un chofer mal educado, me puede hasta tirar. Mejorar en algún, así como el área donde yo voy al Aldi, ¿verdad? Disfrutar un parque, disfrutar ver a los niños correr, disfrutar, pues ahí sí hay una banquita, ¿va? Yo me sentaba ahí un ratito a descansar o compraba mi helado en verano, me lo comí. Yo creo que Dios no permitió que yo aprendiera a manejar porque me gusta caminar. El carro ahí estuviera parado. Es que esa es mi vida. Para mí, esa sí es mi vida.
Okay. So that was favorite of ours for sure. It was a nice way to end the video series. And we even had, there's a gentleman in, I think he's out of Hayes, and on Twitter, you know, he one of the first videos we posted, he criticized quite a lot. And then, but then with this one, he said it was like the best video he'd ever seen on walking. And so we're pretty pleased that we changed his heart for how well government can do on putting videos out. But that said, we did, we hired, I mentioned Tool Design was our consultant. They subcontracted with Vireo, and 200 was the video production agency we used. And so we worked all very closely together, and then had the participation of local residents. So I didn't even think about it. I should have played you, and you can go and find it. There's actually 2 videos featuring the Lawrence Loop. Dotnary is in one, and then we had another one with a couple of other residents that we weren't even planning for. They just happened to be out, like when we were showing Dot, and they said they would like to be in it too. So we were able to get 2 videos. So go check that out. If you have any questions about the plan or anything I talked about today, here's my contact information. Matt Messina also was my partner in this. He's my supervisor, and could also answer any questions you have. I am going to stop sharing. So hopefully that all came through okay.
Are there any questions, commissioners?
This is Commissioner O'Brien. Well, hello, Jenny. Thanks for your presentation today. I was wondering if the plan might have specific policy recommendations that we could consider at the local level.
Mm-hmm.
For example, maybe the Idaho stop. That was one that our group has had some discussion from the public about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we did early on, and it will be incorporated into the plan, do a policy review. And Idaho stop law was one of the laws that is included just as something to consider and discussing best practices. I know KDOT has had conversations about it in the past. I think it's been a few years. There's mixed feelings about it, I think, across the state about how the safety, it is something that we are exploring now.
Just for everyone else's information, the Idaho stop is not preempted by state law, so a local government could establish an ordinance to allow that. Is that correct? Okay.
This is Dave Prentice, the engineer. Yeah, I believe that's correct, Commissioner O'Brien. And I know when we did our Lawrence Bikes Plan update, we received comment regarding the Idaho stop law locally. And I think as a result of that planning process, we, through those conversations, but it was probably better not to pursue a specific Lawrence, Kansas rule. And it might be better, that it would be better to have the state take the lead on that, particularly with the challenge of enforcement and education. It would be challenging to do it locally, but there was some conversations during our Lawrence Bikes Plan on the Idaho stop, and that's I believe a brief summary of some of those conversations.
This is Commissioner O'Brien again. So if I'm understanding correctly, the state permits us to do this, but we're looking for the state to do something else. Is that what you're asking the state to do?
This is David Prentice, the engineer. We're not, the city hasn't asked the state to implement or review the Idaho stop rule. And we received comments during the North Bikes Plan, and I think that was the staff recommendation to that planning process, that it would be better led at the state level to take the action.
What action, Commissioner O'Brien again, what action would the state do? They've already allowed it. Is there any additional action that they can do? I don't know if that's a question for Jenny, or I guess I'm looking for what's stopping us from pursuing this, other than the opinion by staff that the state should do something else.
Is it Jenny Kramer, bike ped coordinator? We do have at the state level the dead red law, which allows cyclists to proceed through a red light if it doesn't change for them, which is often the case, most likely the case when they approach an intersection, or if the light is broken. And so maybe the reasoning is because we do have the dead red, and the treating the stop as a yield oftentimes go together, since like maybe making that a state law makes the most sense. And it sounds like that the justification would be around the education, just for consistency across the state, like that would be the more accepted.
Commissioner Bowen, I have a really dumb question. What is an Idaho stop?
So the Idaho stop is where you treat a stop sign as a yield if you're a cyclist. So as a cyclist, we're moving at often a slower pace and are more aware of our surroundings. And so as you approach a stop sign, say it's a four-way stop, and you're able to see further distances, and that if there's no cars, instead of coming to a complete stop, putting your foot down, it makes it legal that you can just slow, look, and roll through without coming to a complete stop. Similar to if a car has a yield sign.
Commissioner Bowen, is there any crash data involving Idaho stops?
I would have to look that up, but I don't, yeah. As far as I know, the safety is increased as a result, but I can look into that.
This is Commissioner O'Brien again. Jenny, you said something about the dead red law. So is the concern that that law might confuse people and not, I mean, where they don't believe that an Idaho stop is permitted? I guess I'm confused on whether the state allows an Idaho stop or if it just allows a city to move forward with an Idaho stop ordinance.
Yes. Mhm. So there's no state, there's no state law that makes it legal for a cyclist to treat a stop sign as a yield.
Okay.
But a local municipality would be able to pass that locally if they wanted to proceed with that.
Would that conflict then with the state's dead red law?
No, it's different because the dead red is a signalized intersection.
Got it. Thank you so much. So an Idaho stop would only apply to a stop sign, not to a stop light. Okay.
Right. Mhm.
Carol, this is Steve Evans. I have a couple of questions. Jenny, I was, I think your first slide gave the definition of active transportation, and you said there had been some changes in discussion. I'm curious what that discussion was, if you can share that. And I don't know, maybe I was a little surprised to see electric scooters on that list. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I do have a follow-up question after that. But I'd be happy if you could share with us the whole discussion, as much of this discussion as you can about what really is the definition of active transportation.
Yeah, and I'm going to open up the latest definition that we have that's going into our toolkit because it is one we just worked on. Now, electric scooters would be similar to electric bikes when we think about active transportation. Yeah, it is a little, gets into a little bit of a gray area though, I know. So here we go.
Yeah, and could you also, in that context, an electric scooter, I saw an illustration that looked like a moped, kind of a little cycle. And then when I think of an electric scooter, it's the, kind of the surfboard with handlebars. So if you could kind of clarify those for us too, that would be great.
Yeah, so probably I think the visual you're thinking of was when we first had our logo developed by Vireo, they tried to show images for different forms of active transportation. And they used an image, it was an electric mobility device, like a wheelchair, but more of a scooter, like a Vespa scooter looking one.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. And so we did change the logo. It was shown on the actual slides just to make it more clear because I know I was like, it looks like they're just riding a Vespa scooter. And even though like that is a mobility device, it's not, it could just be misinterpreted, I think, in our material. But yeah, and then the other, what we have now is a little kid on a scooter and he's pushing it with his foot. So that's what we think of often with the scooters. There are the electric scooters that are motorized scooters that are out there that we still categorize as active transportation. Just like with e-bikes, there's still some, like, it requires some human power, and it's it's so difficult with the odds of all the electric bikes and scooters because we used to say like human power, non-motorized, and obviously it's a little bit harder. So let me read this definition before I confuse you more. Active transportation is an umbrella term for all the ways people can get around in an active manner. Physically active forms of transportation play a crucial role in improving personal and community health. The term active transportation reinforces that these modes are valid forms of transportation, not just recreation. Walking and biking are often considered recreation, but let's see. Okay, active transportation covers active modes beyond just walking and biking, including skating, scooting, using mobility assistance devices. So those are like really the non-motorized, non-electrified is mostly what we're focused on. The e-bikes, there's such a range, but usually like the e-bikes that we often see are still needing to be pedal powered at some point. They're not the throttle, though those do exist. So it's not clean cut, but if you think about just, that's why we always try to list the modes. It's not an automobile, a truck, an SUV, a gas powered scooter. So it tends to be those slower modes of transportation that does require some active role in the human.
So you do consider an electric scooter an active transportation device. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about electric skateboards? Would they be considered similar to that?
Yeah, they would fit into that category too. I think just the fact that even though it can feel more like fun and you're not working that hard, there's still a lot of active balancing and movement in that. And again, since it's not like an automobile cycle.
Well, I think a lot of people would argue they should be considered part of an active transportation definition. I think you say you're correct, and it's a huge gray area, and probably will be until they're more available and people use them more. It won't matter that much what you call them. They're just a way that people get around. My follow-up question is, we had a subcommittee looking at electric scooters before the pandemic. And one issue that came up, a question that we had that I don't think I've heard a good answer or even a reasonable answer yet, is when you're looking at electric scooters and you consider, I believe the term is embodied energy. In other words, what it takes from cradle to grave, all the energy that goes into making a scooter. And I think if you're looking at lithium batteries, that's probably the biggest issue. But I did see where electric scooters had a life cycle of, I think, 18 months top end. And that gave me pause, considering the sustainable, on the surface, it seems like a real sustainable solution. In many ways it is. But I wonder if you guys looked at anything along those lines, comparing a bicycle, for instance, the embodied energy of a bicycle, which will have, 50 years or whatever plus, and an electric scooter that's not going to be in the same category in terms of the material and the components that go into it. Have you all looked at that at all?
No, we haven't gotten really into the specific vehicle, like the scooter, the bicycle. It's mostly just accommodating that form of transportation on the roads. So that's often at the city level where they're deciding to bring or allow these companies to come in and bring these electric scooters in. So it's not something we've looked at regulating at all. It's mostly just accommodating them on the road, riding a bike.
Right. My question was less about regulation and more just about, the general aspects of saying, okay, an electric scooter is an active transportation means, but here's some information you need to know about electric scooters. That's kind of where I'm going with this. So I'm less about regulation and more about, what's the deal here?
Yeah, maybe
what's the big picture?
Ride a bike, not a knee scooter.
Could be. Okay, thank you. I'm all done. If anybody else wants to jump in, thank you.
the e-scooters, it comes up a lot, and you know, there's a lot of mixed feelings about that, just because of how they're used and where they're deposited, and it's kind of about, just like, to me, if it can replace a car trip, if it increases flexibility in the transportation system, if it helps to make more visible you know, auto, truck, SUV forms of transportation that are slower, that are accommodated in a similar pattern. We just have to look at how that's evolving in our population, and oftentimes these e-scooters are forms of transportation that say, yep, college kids like to use. They can be a fun form of recreation and a good way to see the town, especially when visiting.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Baltuska. Jenny, I was curious, I know Casey Moe recently signed on to a Vision Zero policy. So with the goal of eliminating traffic fatalities by 2030, I was just curious if KDOT had any similar goals as far as the Vision Zero initiative.
So KDOT has what they call the Road to Zero. And so the best thing is we have our strategic highway safety plan. For the first time in 2020, the bike and pedestrian program had, there was a chapter included in there, as well as a, like the strategies. I'm saying it wrong, but if you go to our website, I have a link to it. And we do have goals in there on decreasing pedestrian cyclist fatalities. I don't know that, I would have to look and see if, like, overall, like for traffic, if they have a date where they want like that, where it's like at this date we have zero. I don't know that they have that.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. This question is predicated a little bit on ignorance of how exactly everything fits together. But what kind of jurisdiction does KDOT have over U.S. numbered routes? Because we have 2 in town, and I feel like in the past I've heard, and maybe not confirmed, that there was some sort of minimum standard that the state is requiring those to be at, and that any modifications would be difficult. But I'd appreciate if you could maybe set the record straight on, you know, does KDOT have jurisdiction over U.S. numbered routes?
About bike routes, I don't have the expertise to answer that.
Dave Kuhn, city engineer. Commissioner Kuzmiak, KDOT has some overview of state routes in the city. We have an agreement that we maintain those routes within the city.
And when we are doing improvement projects on state routes with state and or federal funding, there are certain requirements that they have, that the state or federal government may have on our projects and plans. So that very general response, but depending on what the project was, there would be oversight from the state or federal.
Isn't that you call it the community, the city linkages? What is it, the C-CLIP? What does that stand for?
Well, it used to be CLINK, but now, yes, C-CLIP, City Connecting Links. Yeah.
Well, and one thing I can speak to that does come up a lot is when a community wants to make improvements on a stretch of highway that is like a state highway, and they want to say, like, have a sidewalk or bicycle lane, or say it's a bridge, they've asked me questions about it. We get the area district engineer involved. The city can come up with some conceptual designs. We can have it reviewed by our bridge or road design staff. And kind of give them recommendations on whether that would be something KDOT could support, be okay with safety-wise, and then basically give them the green light then to apply for funding using those conceptual designs and feel more confident moving forward on that. So like that happens quite frequently. So I don't know if that's helpful to know.
Hey, Kuzmiak, I'm MTC. Yeah, thanks to both of you. That just helped kind of clear up what I was getting at. The reason I was asking was, you know, say 6th Street here in town is Highway 59 for a stretch of it. And it kind of goes right through to the older neighborhoods in town. And, you know, it seems like in the future, as things like Vision Zero or road diets become less fringe and more commonplace, I guess I'd just be curious if a project to, say, take away a lane on US 59 and maybe replace with bike or pedestrian infrastructure, if that would be met with, you know, in conflict with KDOT standards, if KDOT wouldn't really care at all, or if given some kind of new technical toolkit, KDOT would actually support kind of a mode shift from the previous paradigm of cars only to maybe more of a shared space. It sounds like currently it's maybe neutral or case-by-case basis, but I guess I'm kind of hoping and encouraged based on what you said earlier about the bridge toolkit, that there maybe is a chance that perhaps this could kind of keep going in the future and be, hey, if you're ever going to work on large arterials through town that are under KDOT jurisdiction, then here's some things you might do, you know, if you want to change a car lane to a bike lane, for example.
Yes, no, definitely. And those are things to think about. And my experience is as long as you can demonstrate that the level of service isn't negatively impacted, you know, based on the daily traffic counts, that's happening quite frequently where communities are doing road diets on their highways. And we have several projects happening right now where they're reducing lanes, vehicle lanes, putting in bike lanes, or just to slow traffic. So yeah, definitely something to think about. You can have your engineers do a traffic study just to make sure it wouldn't slow things down. And oftentimes it's that our roads are built much larger than our more lanes than are needed.
Excuse me, MMTC. That brings up an interesting question, and I don't know if I'm reading too into your statement, but it sounds almost like KDOT's position is that you can make changes and you can reduce lanes and potentially make things safer for bikes and pedestrians as a matter of course, but not at the expense of cars. So it sounds like then it's not really a shared space. It's always going to be cars are kind of the dominant, you know, species, I guess, here, right? So I guess that's a little bit discouraging in that if we really want to promote active transportation, it's always going to be difficult when it's going to be second fiddle to a much kind of faster and dangerous mode of transportation that requires a lot of space to accommodate. So I guess I'm just hoping that maybe in the future, KDOT may start to rethink that Kansas Department of Transportation does not just mean Kansas Department of Car Transportation. So I'll be curious to see how things evolve.
Yeah, and it's definitely evolving. And with the level of service, oftentimes some communities will do when I talk about the level of service, it's often like rural communities that have like the industrial truck traffic and agriculture traffic that are going through, where it's really important that that's flowing. So I don't know that it would be the same for Lawrence. You'd have to talk to your engineer and area engineers about that. But oftentimes, if there are other routes that can be taken, I'm sure that can play a role too, where they would choose a different route instead. But at KDOT, the current leadership is very supportive of bicycle and pedestrian integration into roads. And like with the cost share, sometimes we'll get applications and they'll ask the question, well, is there any way we can get bike and ped facilities into this? Or why weren't bike ped needs considered here? Like, it seems like this would have been a good opportunity. So it's like the climate that I'm working in currently versus what it was, say, 5-10 years ago is dramatically different. So don't lose hope. I would present any idea, and yeah, like I think in urban settings, it's going to be different than the rural. again, usually the level of the roads are, like we're doing a project in Topeka and they're going from 2 to 1 lane, and the community was just like so upset about it, like religiously upset. And I mean, people get angry, you bring it up and people get very angry even to talk about it. And they say, oh, it's going from 2 to 1, like I won't be able to get to work, I'll be so late. And, but it's, that second lane is just not needed. And oftentimes it's not like to go to say like a 4 to a 3 that improves the flow. It reduces the conflicts, that those dangerous crashes. There's just so many good arguments for it that, yeah, and in terms of capacity, it's just not, it's not probably usually necessary for capacity flow. I think Michael Allman has a question.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Commissioner Bone, if there's no other comments or questions from commissioners, we could open it up to public comment. You're muted, Commissioner Bone.
Michael, you had a question?
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate this presentation. In February the 25th, I participated in one of the workshops that Ms. Kramer and Matt Messina held about this plan. And I think there were about 20 people from around the state. I want to share my screen with one thing and then make a couple comments if I could. I want to show you, this is a slide of breakout session at that workshop where various participants could list ideas on what they call the bulletin board. And this particular one really struck me, these 2 comments that I circled here. And I bring this up because agenda item number 1 coming up next, we'll be talking about white striped bicycle lanes, as I call them, paint. And people at this workshop said paint is not protection. Don't fund painted bike lanes and high traffic roadways. So this is not something that's unique to Lawrence. This is some ideas around the state of people that find these kind of white striped bicycle lanes is dangerous in those applications. But other than that, at the workshop, I appreciate Commissioner Kuzmiak's question. I think it was about the CCLIP, City Connected Link Improvement Program. It's a funding program for the city to maintain and upgrade state highways within the city. And my question during the workshop about that was, will the CCLIP funding apply to bikeways? It's clear in the guidelines that it can be done for geometric improvements for essential transportation infrastructure. The funding is eligible for sidewalks, for widening the cross section of the street, a number of things, but it's not clear about bikeways. And if we're talking about bicycle transportation, this is a form of transportation that is becoming more and more popular and essential. I think it's very important that that funding be available for bikeways, particularly maybe only on the state highways, but certainly it should be available somehow. I didn't get a direct answer at that time other than, well, we'll have to look into that. A second comment, I was interested in how Ms. Kramer pointed out that bridge funding is a consideration in the active transportation plan for bicycle and pedestrian use of bridges and the constraints existing on bridges. Lawrence right now is looking at an extensive plan, any number of options that would include a bicycle pedestrian bridge across the Kansas River that would either be a way to to reallocate the existing motor vehicle bridges or add something to the existing bridges or build an entirely separate pedestrian bicycle bridge. So I would like Jenny maybe to answer those two questions about funding, if you would. And I appreciate your work and your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you were able to participate in February. Now, I remember you. So with the C-clip, that's a good question. I don't know, David, if you've had experience with the funding. I would have to find out too, but I wonder if there's already a bike lane on it, that if they're in the habit of putting it in, if it exists already, but I don't know. Hopefully, it seems like there should be flexibility, but I hate to repeat what you've already heard about looking into it and finding the answer, unless David can speak to that.
Yeah, Dave Kranz.
Engineer. That program is, there's a couple of different categories. Pavement restoration, pavement preservation are a couple, and then the other is geometric improvements. In the past, when we've done C-clip or CLINK projects, which was the program before, we've tried to use some of those funds to make sidewalk improvements and fill in gaps, particularly along our arterial streets. But I don't believe there's that program is for standalone bike projects. But certainly, if you were to receive funding to improve the road or do geometric improvements, you could certainly tag onto that with making bike ped improvements. So we look for all opportunities we can get when we apply for all the different KDOT program, the KDOT programs to improve infrastructure when we can. But that's my history on it, Jenny, so hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I do know, and yeah, most of my experience with C-clip is, yeah, the mill and overlay, road improvements, like the surface improvements. I do know that we'll work in coordination sometimes. I think it's in Wellington, where we're doing a 10-foot multi-use path on a stretch of their highway in their downtown. And at the same time, they're having a bridge that's part of that being rebuilt, and then a C-clip road improvement. So like working all of those together so that like the timing, so doing the bridge first, then the 10-foot multi-use path so that it doesn't get messed up by that construction, and then being able to go back through and get it all nice and smooth. Based and I do know that like when there's this awareness of these projects, these other projects with pedestrians and cyclists, that there's an eagerness to coordinate and collaborate on that and move forward in the best way possible. So they're all different funding streams, so it's a little tricky sometimes in terms of letting dates and construction. But so that is one thing to think about, like on 6 or wherever, like if you're getting TA funding and you know of another upcoming project, just like how it can work together to improve those road conditions for everybody, and aligns with, so like in Wellington, redoing this bridge with completely different funding, they're going to be putting in the 10-foot multi-use path to then connect with the two sides where that 10-foot multi-use path is being funded by the transportation alternatives. So it's just an example of kind of how you just like work with the different funding. I think the other question was related to a pedestrian bicycle bridge over the Kansas River. That sounds amazing, but also I know those are very expensive. But the main thing holding the city back from that is yeah, finding the funding and like just looking at all the sources, like identifying how much it would cost first, what kind of bridge, and then looking, transportation alternatives is the program that I manage at KDOT. We are looking to get more funding, hopefully, with the new transportation bill. And so, yeah, it's not a bad idea. Just start thinking about if that's something the community is wanting.
This is Dave Krantz, the engineer. We got about 3 minutes left till 6, and Gary Weber's on the line. And Gary, did you sign up for public comment on this item or for items on the regular agenda?
Yes, this is Gary Weber. I also attended one of the February. My wife and I attended a February meeting, and we're really impressed with the gathering of data and what was going on. I just wanted to thank Jenny for her work and look forward to seeing the final plan.
Thank you. We're excited too.
This is Dave Krantz, the engineer. If there's no other questions for Jenny, Carol, can you hear us? And if there's no other questions, Jenny, thanks for attending today for our study session, and we're looking forward to seeing the final plan once completed.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
This is just really appropriate given we're working on our own pedestrian plan right now too. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. So I just drop off now?
Unless there are other questions. Everyone okay?
Well, reach out. You too, reach out if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, the time is what? The time is 5:59. Should we take a 5-minute break? Be back at 5 after 6. Is that all right?
That works for staff. Sounds good. We'll see you.
Okay.
Thanks.
It's 6:05. Are more people here? Show yourselves, please.
David, should I just start with the roll call?
Yeah, Commissioner Bone, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We are ready here to start. So if you give us a roll, Jenny will go through roll call here.
Okay.
And then we'll get started with a regular agenda.
Okay, we have some people who haven't shown on yet. Will we have a quorum if we don't wait a couple of minutes?
We'll wait for some of the videos to pop up here.
Yeah. Okay, Charlie. Okay, let's go for it.
Okay, please answer present. Steve Evans,
Present.
Damon Baltuska,
Present.
Carol Bowen,
Present.
Nick Kuzmiak,
Present.
Erin Payton. Oh, I'll go back to her. Court Buffington,
Present.
Patricia Collette is out. Charlie Bryan. Come back to him. Gregory Critchlow.
Present.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is the November meeting of the Multimodal Transportation Committee. I am sitting in for the chair, Pat Collette. My name is Carol Bowen. I'm vice chair. First, we need to see if we can approve the minutes. Can I have a movement to approve them? Somebody want to disapprove them?
This is Steve Evans. I will move that the minutes be approved.
Do I have a second?
Court Buffington, second.
Thank you. Minutes have been approved.
Carol,
yeah,
this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. If we could go through and do the roll call on approving the minutes, we'd like to do that. Jenny, can you go ahead?
Yeah, okay. Steve Evans moved. David Baltuska.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, Carol Bowen.
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak.
Yes.
Erin Payton.
Yes.
Court Buffington.
Yes.
Patricia Collette is absent. Charlie Bryan.
Yes.
And Gregory Critchlow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are we ready to start the agenda now?
We are ready.
Okay. First off, we need to receive staff presentation of the 2022 street maintenance program.
Commissioner Brown, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. First, we have the public comment item. If you'd like to receive public comment.
Michael?
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Bowen. I would like to share my screen. I want to discuss the plan for the raised bikeway crossings for the Lawrence Loop at 29th and Haskell Lane. And if I could share my screen. If you can see that, this is where it all started in, oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I pulled up the wrong document. That's close, but no cigar. I thought I was all ready here.
Folks, while Michael is looking for his
Okay.
document, I just need to apologize. I took an antihistamine. I'm having a hard time staying awake.
Okay, sorry for that delay. Now I will share my screen of this document. Yes. Okay. Like I said, this is where it all began in 2016 when this traffic engineer took some traffic counts for traffic that was cut through from Haskell Avenue on 29th Street and then south on Haskell Lane to 31st. 236 cut through cars an hour make that turn there. This, of course, is the construction of 29th Street of the Lawrence Loop that will cross Haskell Lane right there, which you had instructed staff a year ago to make a raised crosswalk, raised bikeway crossing. The problem, of course, being that here's the Lawrence Loop crossing. Traffic does a very rapid S curve right through this area. Some 236 cars an hour, one every 15 seconds, making this rapid S curve right across where that crossing is. So that's basically the context. And you as commissioners were very wise to indicate a raised crosswalk there, or bikeway crossing, excuse me. Now this document that can you see this document now? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good. The problem with the crossings in these two loop sections that are being built is that they're not really functioning to slow or deter traffic. This is a very effective crossing, 15th Street, the Burroughs Creek Trail. There's another one very similar of the Naismith Valley Trail on 27th Street. Very aggressive 6-foot approach. And the approach is convex, so it's definitely a bump that you feel. Unfortunately, at 10th and Delaware, this is the crossing being built. That approach is 18 feet on the west and 12 feet on the east, which is barely a slope at all. You hardly notice you're going up and down. It's not particularly a problem here because this street is an entrance to a parking lot basically for Allen Press, but still it's not what was presented in the field check plans August 3rd last year. It was only 10 feet approach instead of 18 feet or 12. The problem, however, is on 29th Street. The approach is essentially, it looks like 7 feet. When they presented this last August, they didn't give you any dimensions on these raised crossings. Nobody knew how they were going to be designed. And in fact, this one has turned out very different. There's good reason why it did, but this is the one that's a problem because the construction manager has told me that this one was going to be only 4 inches high. If you've ever driven across the Vermont Street raised crosswalk at the Journal World building, what used to be the Journal World building, that's a 4-inch raised crossing. You don't even know it's there. This crossing at 29th Street is going to be completely ineffective. The whole process for the last 5 years comes down to this design not doing what we set out to do 5 years ago and what you wanted staff to design so it would effectively slow down traffic and deter them. When somebody cuts through, instead of going down Haskell Avenue, they take Haskell Lane, they will save 9 seconds on their commute. That's it. So this design needs to increase that travel time by at least 9 seconds, hopefully more, and slow down the cut-through traffic at least to 20 miles an hour. A 4-foot-high raised bikeway crossing will not do that. I think it's imperative that the commission ask staff why they are designing these to be the least effective possible for deterring and slowing motor vehicles, and also ask them what they plan to do instead to change this design. At this state of the game, if they're going to make these 6 inches instead of 4, the approaches are going to have to be adjusted as well. They're not going to want to do that, but they've backed themselves into this corner by designing it that way. So I think you need to ask them those questions. I know generally in public comment, you don't discuss it, but we're down to the wire here. This is going to go into construction. The curbs are already being poured for the loop, the bikeway to the west of here. So this has to happen one way or another, and 5 years of trouble and costs are going to go down the tubes unless something different is done here. So thank you for your time, and I hope you can make some adjustments here.
Thank you, Michael. I know we're not supposed to do discussion, but David, do you have some comments on this?
This is Dave Cronit, city engineer. I'm not prepared to speak about this. I'm unaware of any details on this until right now. So we have design plans that have been bid and the contractor's fallen through on those plans. And other than that, I don't have anything else at this point, but I could certainly follow up with staff and inform all what we're doing.
Thank you. That would be good.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Sorry, Carol. Just one real quick thing, Dave, if I can. What do the engineering design standards say, or the street design standards say? Is there a standard approach angle and height for a raised crosswalk?
Hi, this is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager, and I'll jump in, Dave, if you don't mind. I pulled up the plans, of course, while we were receiving comment. The standard detail for a crossing, which I'm not sure exactly how old that detail is. I think it goes back at least to 2019, and it is what is used as designing these plans, calls for that 4-inch height. So essentially, the contractor's building to what we asked him to do with our standard detail.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks, Jake.
Well, I'm kind of compelled to jump in here too. I was in the minority on this this solution way back when we went with the raised crosswalk, and I really hope that between Jake and Dave that they can get back with us either via, I really think we should hear something sooner rather than wait a month. If I recall, this was a pretty lively meeting with Mr. Zaremba and other people from the businesses along 29th and Haskell Lane. And I personally really think, I don't bike this area as much as I used to, but when I did, I always felt uncomfortable at this Haskell Lane intersection. So this is a little concerning to me, and I agree with Michael. I think we ought to, get some response from the engineers as soon as we can.
Michael, did you want to add to that?
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. I just wanted to point out that there is no standard detail design for a raised bikeway crossing or a raised sidewalk crossing. There are different designs for approaches, some that are convex, some that are concave, some that are straight slope, and they have a different impact on the vehicle and the speed, how much you feel them. There's also no standard for the height. The one at 10th and Delaware is 6 inches high. So staff is trying to present this as it's consistent and it's standard. Well, no, it's not. I'm sorry.
This is Commissioner O'Brien. I'm just wondering if we can get some follow-up from staff on this item and move on with the rest of our agenda.
Dave Cronin, city engineer, we will follow up with you on this item and send everyone our standard detail. Thank you.
This is Commissioner O'Brien. Just before we move on, as part of that follow-up, Mr. Allman's referring to a few other traffic calming measures on other streets. I'd just like to make sure that we're understanding whether those are raised crossings or if they are in fact some other feature that might have a different design standard. Thanks.
I think this is Commissioner Bowen. I think my big concern is whether or not it's effective. If it's not effective, then why are we doing it? Any other comments? Okay, can we move along then? And we're going to look at the maintenance program. Jake, is that why you're here tonight?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Steve Lashley will be presenting that, and I'm looking for him on the screen.
He's here.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
We're good to go.
You have a different background.
Different location. Good evening, Commission. This is Steve Lashley. I'm a senior project engineer with MSO. We provided a summary, and what we are looking at this evening is the 2022 street maintenance program. And I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen as I'm talking here so we can start looking at the map. Can we all see the map here? This interactive map is the link within the summary. The City Commission adopted a budget of approximately $5.6 million, which includes for the street maintenance program, which includes mill overlay, surface sealing, some concrete rehabilitation as reflected on this interactive program map. These pink locations, these are patching and microsurface locations. Some of the blue locations are mill overlay, curb and gutter, red mill and overlay as shown. And we also have multiple concrete rehabilitation locations that we're looking at doing some work on as well. As part of our program review, we consult the bikeway map to determine if there's a bike facility such as sharrows or bike lanes that should be included with the project. A review summary of those recommendations are provided using the bikeway bike plan facility level of comfort model and matrix, and that is attached to this agenda item. For example, the recommendations included providing shared lane markings or the sharrows in multiple locations where the existing width of a street, for example, 27-foot back to back, that sort of thing. But to back a curb width wouldn't necessarily accommodate the inclusion of bike lanes. So we looked at multiple locations where this recommendation would be actually to include those sharrows. I guess to highlight there and noted in the summary, there are two collector street locations, Grand Vista Drive and Grand Vista Drive up here north of where Monterey actually turns into Grand Vista Drive. There's already existing bike lanes on Monterey Way that we would be reestablishing as part of our projects as well. So any existing facility we would reestablish as part of the project. But in this particular case, we would be adding or proposing as part of our recommendations, adding bike lanes on Grand Vista Drive location, as well as further south here on Crossgate Drive. There's multiple shared use paths that already exist in these locations along 27th Street, as well as Inverness Drive. And our recommendation here on the Crossgate is to include a conventional bike lane. Staff is bringing the program to commission for recommendations to proceed with the proposed facilities as presented. If there's any questions or comments, please let me know if there's any further recommendations aside from what has already been attached in the suggestions using that level comfort model and matrix. That's why I'm here this evening.
Questions for Steve?
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC, may as well kick it off. So I did some, I don't know, tried to glance through this table of projects as best as I could and just kind of get a feel for what was going on and where. What I noticed is that there was quite a few places where I think the table said something like it's too narrow for bike lanes, but based on kind of on the ground knowledge and some quick confirmation through Google Earth's measurement tool, I guess I'd like to maybe offer a rebuttal to a couple of those. So I would say for Louisiana, the street appears to be 28 feet wide, which would definitely accommodate two 10-foot car lanes, which does comply with the street design standards. But you could also get two 4-foot buffered bike lanes as well on top of that. So obviously the biggest issue is going to be those traffic calming medians that are right out in front of LHS. And I guess I'm curious with is it a mill and overlay curb and gutter on Louisiana, like a full rehab, basically? Is there a chance that, I mean, we can use this opportunity to make some really good bike infrastructure for, a subset of the population who is probably using bikes a lot as they are not quite full drivers yet?
The recommendation is based on, and just that with the islands, the width constriction wouldn't necessarily allow for the bike lanes, a continuance of those in a contiguous manner along that corridor. So in following what we've already did on the southern portion and even further south at 23rd, we're recommending and proposing to maintain those demarcations with the sharrows along that corridor. So yeah, it's those kind of bottleneck locations that become the problematic location to be able to maintain a bike lane through those stretches.
Thank you, Kuzmiak, MMTC. Thanks, that's kind of how I understood it. I'm curious with this full mill and overlay curb and gutter redo do you basically just run a miller machine, I don't know what it's actually called, just straight down the road and it just demolishes everything? Would those barriers basically be demolished during the milling process?
The intent is to remove and replace the curb and gutters to establish a proper gutter pan for drainage and what have you, but the milling then is in between those of the milling of the existing asphalt surfaces in between those curb lines. But no, the intent is to not damage any existing facility. We want to retain, and that those islands would be retained as part of this project.
I see. So, all right, that makes sense from a technical standpoint. I guess from kind of an overall goals perspective, though, if the idea of those traffic calming raised medians is to slow traffic, if we were to take the lane width down to 10 feet and add a some kind of buffered or protected bike lane on either side, would that not also perhaps slow the traffic because you're going to a narrow lane as well as additional visual distractions that serve to kind of just not distract the driver, but indicate to the driver that they're in a bit more of a shared space? I mean, would you still be getting roughly the same, level of efficiency from just making the street more narrow, while also as a side benefit now providing better amenities for bicycle riders?
Forgive me for not mentioning this. Steve Lashley, senior project engineer, starting out that way. The intent is not to alter any existing type of facility with the pedestrian crossings or the islands at these particular locations. Is to rehab the pavement surface in particular. And as part of putting that pavement back down, we would reestablish any pavement markings that existed prior. So any of those extensions, like the gore, I say the gore areas, but any of those center areas that are hatched out or double yellows that delineate up and to and from the islands would be reestablished as part of the project, but not any major alterations to any type of existing traffic calming devices or pedestrian type of crossings. We are actually doing a couple inlets and some ADA enhancements or improvements to ramp locations, but we're not. The plan is not to currently alter any median island or traffic calming device.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. The pedestrian islands are very important. They're the only way we can get across the street. Is there a way to take more right-of-way around those islands to maintain the width of the lanes?
Steve Lashley, senior project engineer. As part of our rehabilitation projects, the typical project is we're not doing major geometric changes with the widths of street, and that's like some of these other residential streets that's why we're going to sharrows. We're not physically planning on altering the width of streets or adding even shared use paths to I guess be economically feasible to rehab the street without increasing the scope and utilizing those dollars towards major type of work and alterations, I guess, in short.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. So it sounds like what I'm hearing then is that because this is the process that is in place, that when a street degrades to a certain amount, then it kind of gets in the queue for street repairs. Those street repairs don't really allow for any kind of wiggle room, like you said, in changing the geometry or the usage or the right of way or really anything. I guess my question is, when East 19th Street degraded to the point where it really needed to be replaced, why did that go to a consultant for a total redesign when this street that's right in front of the original Lawrence High School with a lot of other users that aren't drivers, how did that somehow escape a full geometric redesign to make it kind of make more sense for the users that it actually has? It just seems like I'm not entirely sure how these two streets led to two very different outcomes. So Dave, I don't know if that's a question for you or Jake, but if someone could kind of educate me on how two, degrading streets look so different when they're in the design process.
Sure. Dave Cronin, city engineer. Tonight's program is mainly focused on pavement maintenance and preservation. And so, a lot of these treatments are to preserve the street and to lengthen the life of the street. At some point, the street may need to be reconstructed. 19th Street had gotten to that point. We had done some maintenance work on it. And at some point, there was a lot of additional factors with that, with subgrade issues that we had on that stretch that we recommended rebuilding it. It was more cost effective for us to reconstruct it. And with those reconstruction projects, we have a little more opportunity to, to build what we need for the future, including bike facilities and getting a right of way and doing utility relocations. And so, yeah, some of it's just, a lot of it has to do with the condition of the street. And so that's why we're trying to use our pavement maintenance dollars the best that we can to keep preserving the streets that we have until we get to a point where we need to rebuild them. And so that's what I would say the difference is.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. That makes sense. I had mistakenly assumed that they were at the same level of, pavement degradation, but they're not. So, okay. So basically the trigger to rebuild hadn't been hit. So because of that, it's just under regular street maintenance. We're doing the best with the budget that we have. I got it. I'm on board. So that means that then the comments I had for Barker and Haskell are pretty much the same thing. Or sorry, for Barker and I want to say there's another one where it's kind of similar to Louisiana, right? Where it's already kind of traffic calm with those medians. Haskell, though, is kind of interesting because it is also a 28-foot wide street, but it does not have any traffic coming on it. So I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on the opportunity to put some sort of protected bike lanes in on Haskell, which is a pretty heavily traveled street by all users.
Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. Again, it comes down to the width of the street, and typically we are looking at, for example, the Grand Vista and the Crossgate. We feel that the recommendation is appropriate for a street of that width to include a conventional bike lane, but that Haskell, I believe, we have shared lane markings that exist on the road. So it'd be a continuance of utilizing those sharrows on those locations.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I would be really curious to hear what the actual street width curb to curb is of Haskell, because the street design standards mandate at least a 10-foot minimum lane width for collector streets, which I believe Haskell is. And I mean, if you only need 20 feet then for that, you still have 8 foot of the rest of the curb to curb width to work with, which sounds pretty good for some sort of bike lanes. I mean, I may have measured it wrong on Google Earth, but I'm hoping somebody can kind of correct me on what the actual width of the street is here.
Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. I'm taking a look into that now.
Thanks. And apologies for the rest of MMTC for all the technical questions. I just, as an engineer, this is sort of my wheelhouse. Obviously, I'm not the same kind of engineer, but familiar enough with plans and projects. And I also am on Haskell almost every day on foot or on bike or with the stroller. So this one kind of is a personal one here.
Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. Yeah, the width is greater on this corridor, as you had mentioned. I know that it wasn't a location that we particularly recommended having the conventional bike lane on the corridor. We had sharrows along that corridor to the south, and it was more of maintaining a contiguous type of demarcation on the location. But if that's a location that we want, commission wants staff to further review, we can definitely do that if that's one of the recommendations that the commission is wanting us to look further at as part of the proposed facilities.
Commissioner Bowen, is this the same program that we looked at last year and we said, what about socioeconomic choices? How did we choose the streets? Is this the same program?
Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. I believe, yes, there were some questions that come up concerning, how much work is being done in various locations, just the distribution and how the determinations are made. The PCI, the pavement condition index, is what drives the program. So various levels of PCI, whether the score is very high, maybe it's only a crack sealing, or it becomes a surface seal when we get into some more of the minor rehabilitations like the mill and overlays, things of that nature, or more of a major rehab, but the concrete rehab or curb and gutter type of work. But ultimately, we look at the distribution, the modeling, the predictor modeling that we're utilizing to tell us, where is our best dollar spent, the cost-effective approach. And a lot of that is, driving to, it takes into account a level of service. A lot of arterials, collectors come up, a lot of surface sealing. Unfortunately, the program is telling us that we need approximately $11 million a year to spend towards streets to maintain our PCI level. However, we're looking at, 5.6 million in, maintenance work in particular. And then we also have our backlog. So yes, it becomes very challenging, when we're querying or questioning, looking at the system to get answers, to get, using the data to back our determinations. And we try to propose an appropriate balance of type of work. So if with our microsurfacing, the mill and overlays, and the rehabs, and as well as being across the city. There is a link that we provided on the agenda item. And if I could get back to that here, and I'll go ahead and share that. We have a comprehensive street maintenance map that essentially shows the last 5 to 6 years of as-built projects and distribution across the city. So it'll give you kind of like a broad look at how much work has been done across the city over the various years. So 2016 here is shown in red. I think a lot of this was a lot of crack sealing, but we had multiple different mill and overlays, intersection improvements, and 2017 in the orange in various locations across the city. But I think it just in terms of just a at a glance overview, it gives you a good perspective of locations all over the city that we're working on, and trying to maintain an appropriate balance between the type of work and where we're, that we're working on residentials, arterials, and collectors. But it becomes obviously overall a challenge with a backlog of streets. And then in some cases, some of those major backlogs become CIP projects in the reconstruction, like the 19th Street, for example.
Steve, I wanted to follow up on that, and I don't want to make your life more difficult, but I keep thinking about the pedestrian. And there are neighborhoods where the pedestrians walk in the streets. So if the street is crumbling, not only does it affect the vehicles, the bicycles, and all that stuff, it affects the pedestrians too. Is there any way we can maybe some year focus on that?
As part of the maintenance projects, we do include ADA enhancements, at existing locations where facility needs to be brought up to current standards. So I know that we are improving pedestrian accessibility at various corners and locations and those tie-ins. So I believe we are being pretty aggressive on those items, and even on some of our microsurface streets, any of the ADA facilities that are directly adjacent or along that corridor will be addressed along with that. But it's primarily on those the ADA ramp areas in particular.
Okay, I'm not explaining myself well. I'm not counting on ramps or sidewalks. I'm saying people are walking in the street. And if the street has a, I don't know, is it a high PCI or a low PCI? If the street is crumbling, then nobody can walk on it. And there is no sidewalk. It's not part of the picture, and it may never happen given our budget. Is there any way we could do an overlay of the streets that have is it the low PCI? If it's a low PCI, can we find the neighborhoods that do not have sidewalks as another layer?
This is Dave Cronitz, the engineer. Commissioner Bowen, currently our program, we're not able to do that or factor that in. We haven't before. So if they're, we're trying to, this is mainly focused on street preservation and surface preservation. A lot of these techniques could be crack sealing or a thin overlay. And sometimes it doesn't get at the root of some of the isolated issues where we have potholes or failures. Then we can go back in there beforehand and cut those out and do base treatments if there's holes in the pavement. So some of that can be done with our internal street maintenance. If there's issues on streets that we need to go out and address outside of this program, isolated issues, that we can do that through our internal street maintenance. But currently we don't do any modeling of pedestrian activity or prioritization of our streets if there's no sidewalks. We're strictly trying to preserve all of the streets in Lawrence the best that we can to get the highest PCI, and that has been our approach.
Are there any other questions for Steve?
Or Buffington, MMTC. This is going to sound loaded. So Steve, Dave, please don't take it that way. I'm trying to understand that. I understand this is a maintenance program. I understand it is trying to maintain what we have, but I've been listening here, trying to find out what the criteria is for what staff's recommendations are. And I think what I heard, if I may paraphrase a little bit to check my understanding, is that staff's recommendations is going to be about repairing, maintaining these streets to maintain a status quo for what we already have today for facilities. And by maintaining status quo, I mean not advancing any of the city's initiatives or priorities to improve bicycle or pedestrian. It is the choices are made to stretch the dollars as far as you can to maintain the design that is there. Is that correct? And did I make sense at all?
Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. No, I understand. And I think in a lot of cases, if you review the summary here, that derived from the matrix, there's a lot of locations that we are actually able to improve, level of comfort. Well, in a lot of cases, it's maintaining it, but at least getting additional demarcation out there to provide those visual cues and improvement. We believe it is improvement, not only for the bike rider to know where they can anticipate where they're supposed to be versus, a vehicle anticipating it's like, hey, I'm supposed to expect a bicycle to be on the road. So those improvements, in some cases, not necessarily improvement the level of comfort, which the goal is to be at a LOC of 3 or better, but it ultimately enhances the ability of the bicycle, those visual cues for the drivers as well. But in some cases, we are improving from an LOC of a 2 to a 1, 2 to 1 in multiple locations, a 4 to a 3, things of that nature, and inclusion of a bike lane. I don't know if that's answered your question, but I think the goal is to see where we can improve it with the adding the type of facility in there, such as a conventional bike lane and sharrows, where it's feasible. Go ahead.
Court Buffington, I see that now on your matrix. Apologize for missing it earlier.
Can we bring it back to the commission?
This is Commissioner Baltusca. I just had a quick question. I'm curious if there's a standard for speed limit where we're proposing, putting sharrows back into the roads that have sharrows. I understand that. Is there any kind of standard for a speed limit that's too high to, that would preclude the city from recommending putting sharrows on a road?
Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. That is correct. The matrix actually works that way. It won't recommend placement of a sharrows if the speed is 35 or greater. So basically it needs to be under 35 for it to even recommend utilization of those sharrows. So in a lot of those cases you'll see on the attachment there that the speed limits are all 30, where those include the marked shared lanes as recommended.
This is Commissioner O'Brien. Is there this matrix, does it also have a standard then for the conventional bike lane in terms of the speed limit?
I believe so. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Yes. And it's in the bikeway design guide, which is part of the bike plan. But there is criteria on the bike lane as well, the conventional bike lane.
This Commissioner O'Brien, what is that criteria for the speed limit?
Let me pull it up. All right, this is the bikeway design guide in the bike plan, and this is the graphic here on the upper right gives you a range, but it gives you potential and preferred. So if that helps answer your question, I guess the preferred speed limit is between 25 and 40, but up to 50 is would have the potential to have a bike lane. Conventional bike lane is basically 5-foot bike lane minimum, not buffered. That's the definition, I guess, of the conventional bike lane. So I'll scroll through here, and there's criteria on other facilities as well. Buffered bike lane, it's not not much different or really any different, I guess. If you're looking at that, it looks pretty similar to me. 25 to 40 is preferred and potential up to 50. And the sharrows that Steve mentioned are Bike Boulevard. I think they're up here. There we go. 35 miles per hour and less.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I appreciate you showing us this, the bike plan and how it establishes our policy around conventional bike lanes. Thank you.
Commissioner Baltuska, yeah, thanks for that info. I was just wondering if there's any sort of, I know like, you know, using the budget well, repaving the street, maintaining the road doesn't necessarily prompt, you know, trying to redesign the modes and the lanes. But I'm wondering if there would be anything that would prompt looking at the speed limit. I know, you know, simple reduction in speed limit would probably, you know, increase level of comfort. And if there is the goal of increasing level of comfort on these roads, are any of these speed limits proposed to be reduced, or are they all as a standard just being maintained as the same?
This is Dave Cronus, the engineer. We're not making any recommendations to change any of the speed limits, and we don't review that as part of our street maintenance program. You know, if we were to look at the speed limits, we need to do a separate traffic study, and we also try not to arbitrarily lower speed limits, particularly on collector and arterial streets. Now, we just went through with our neighborhood traffic management program and installed 25 mile per hour signs on local streets, 25 mile per hour speed limits, if it wasn't posted lower than that. But on streets like Louisiana, Haskell, Crossgate, those are collector streets, and we would not recommend just lowering the speed limit just to do it or improve the perception of comfort.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. So when it comes to comfort, I would assume that there is a difference in level of comfort with unprotected bike lanes, you know, AKA a stripe of paint, and protected, which can be anywhere from probably those plastic bollards that you can just run over to actual Jersey barriers to just parking buffer to just something that a car would know that they're crossing a line instead of just, oops, there's the paint, right? I'm looking through the bike plan and I'm not seeing any obvious recommendations to start building protected bike lanes, only that a lot of survey respondents specifically asked for them. And if we're trying to reduce level of comfort for cyclists, then it's, you know, it does seem like this is a good opportunity, even if we don't have the width to get that physical buffer of some kind of planted median or trees or something between bikes and cars. I mean, the least we can do is just put something physical in between them. I know that does cost more, of course, but looking at, I mean, I would bet if you looked at the budget for how much a mill overlay curb and gutter costs for something like Monterey, which I realize that's not the treatment going on for Monterey, but just for example, you know, and then compare that with the cost of either striping or adding a little bit of a concrete barrier to a bike lane, I have a feeling it would be a huge difference in cost. And I'm gonna probably harp on this again on our next agenda item, but during our retreat earlier this year, maybe it was 2020, it was recently, city commissioners kind of hinted that they would like to see more of a balanced focus between all the various modes of transportation, given that we are the multimodal transportation commission and not just the car transportation commission. And I kind of took that to imply that they would be comfortable with seeing not necessarily reallocation of a budget from cars to other modes, but, you know, just a recognition that there is a huge disparity in what gets funded in the city. So I guess that's why I'm kind of pushing a little hard here for just some sort of bike infrastructure that non-cyclists would actually be comfortable on. So I know cyclists like myself or Damon or Court would probably be comfortable enough on a 35-mile-an-hour road with a stripe of paint. We're relatively used to something like that. But my mother-in-law would absolutely not. And if we want other people to bike who aren't just cyclists who are out there for exercise, we're gonna have to be a little bit more serious about making it safer for everybody. And that was the whole idea around bicycle boulevards and stuff like that. So I feel like this is a great opportunity while the contractors are already out there with the concrete and the paving equipment to just add something else. And I realize that that's not explicitly in the policy, that street maintenance does not mean that you can also just start changing the geometry. But if by changing, we only mean, you know, slightly narrowing a lane width or striping a bike lane, it doesn't seem like that big of a change, honestly. It's not like we're acquiring extra right away or requiring a consultant engineer, right? So I'm kind of posing this question to MMTC then as a whole. Do we kind of believe in the mission of providing for all modes of transportation enough that we're willing to push back on a couple of these, that there may be an opportunity for an increased bike service? I mean, I for one would push, but I don't want to be kind of a MMTC of one here. So the ones I'm speaking about specifically are Haskell, which is actually on the future bikeway plan. So the city's recognized this is a place where bikes are going to eventually be. Monterey is the other one, where the bike lanes, I've been on those before, and it's kind of this long, lonely, straight, fast road. And it's a very cynical 35-mile-an-hour top speed, where 35 is like kind of a suggestion. It's straight, it's wide open. Who's going to do 35 unless you're in a jalopy? So it's streets like those that really could use some kind of more serious bike infrastructure. So I don't know if we're even doing motions here, but if there was an opportunity, I would really encourage us to look at both Haskell and the two Monterey projects as a really good opportunities to kind of take this maintenance program to the next level and push the boundaries of what was normally, I guess, planned here. So anyway, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I'd like to follow up on those comments. I think if we're really serious about being multimodal, that we need to start moving forward. And rather than make big projects out of everything, doing it gradually as it comes along seems like a perfect way to do it.
Core Buffington, MMTC. All right, I wasn't going to say anything, but Nick, you mentioned me by name. So I do want to say, and I will say for the record, that as someone who probably would classify as an experienced cyclist with a great deal of confidence, I find sharrows and white stripes absolutely and utterly useless. Inexperienced cyclists that glean a greater level of comfort because they exist are experiencing, in my opinion, a placebo effect. So that's that. That has nothing much to do with this other than that's how I feel about them. As for the program, that's why I asked the questions earlier. Our agenda item is to receive the staff presentation. I don't see anything there that says that we're have any real action other than receive that presentation. I heard a program described that has a set of criteria and goals given to it about maintaining that quality of the pavement, number one. And thank you, Steve, for pointing out what I missed in the matrix, that where it has been easier, convenient, there have been some improvements to level of comfort. So rather, I guess I'm saying, rather than look at what's been proposed to us and take an issue or objection with it, I think if we feel strongly about wanting to push other modes of transportation other than cars and trucks, bicycle and pedestrian, what we need to do is work towards changing the rules around programs like this to change what the priorities are. I feel like the answers from city staff are that they've followed the program guidance and rules that have been given to them and done what they were asked to do. And as MMTC, I would say that the challenge to us is to change those rules if we don't think that's creating improved equity to other forms of transportation. And boy, that was a lot of words.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Court, that kind of reminds me of something that Steve Lashley said earlier when we were talking about Haskell, that if there was interest in maybe adding some sort of bike lanes. I don't think the mention of protected or striped was there, but it sounds like there was a possibility to at least kick that back to staff if we felt strongly enough as MMTC. So Steve, I don't know if I heard you wrong, but it sounds like there maybe is a potential for input here. Is that correct?
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. I'll jump in, Steve. There is an opportunity. I think really we're trying to take a programmatic approach with a lot of our infrastructure, street maintenance, stormwater, sidewalks, bike facilities, so that when we're in a corridor that we can fix other infrastructure. We also look at water and sewer as well to see how we prioritize our street maintenance and timing on those. And when we do make other improvements on the corridor, we use those program funds. So if we were also, upgrading the sewer, redoing the sewer line, we'd use sewer funds. Same with curb and gutter and inlets. We would use stormwater funds. So I think the opportunity to make more substantial bikeway improvements to get at the desired level of comfort would be to use our bicycle and pedestrian program funds. And those are the funds that we use for the non-motorized project prioritization. And it would involve a discussion on reprioritizing the projects that are planned in that 5-year plan to bump some of these up. So while we have the ability to use street maintenance funds to put curb ramps when we're doing mill and overlay adjacent to curb ramps and pavement markings, we can use those funds for those items. We are not going to recommend using maintenance dollars to widen the street, to have buffered bike lanes, or do any other major improvements. And so feel free to keep pushing at us on that, but we're also trying to preserve, the pavement of the street, and that's what these program dollars are for. And so when we have enough ability to add bike facilities in the interim until some of these streets are reconstructed or are prioritized to have standalone bicycle projects, that's really our recommendation for these street maintenance funds. And so I certainly appreciate the conversation on trying to make the best improvement possible. That's what we want to do as well. And so we're challenged with, just at the end of the day, the dollars that we have to fix all of our infrastructure. And so that's, that's kind of our approach to this. And I think in the bikeway plan, there's also some recognition of this as well on these maintenance projects. That we need to do the best that we can to upgrade the level of comfort when we're doing street maintenance work until there's enough. Until it gets to a point where, this is a priority to do a standalone project for whatever the most comfortable facility would be for that type of street based off the speed and volume. So if there's, I would say if there's any commissioners that are interested in reviewing a street a little more and have an idea to say, hey, maybe this treatment will work on the street, we would be happy to take a look at that. And on this agenda item, our action would be to get a recommendation from the Multi-Modal Transportation Commission and not just receive the report or feedback. So if on a couple of these streets that we've recommended for conventional bike lanes, Steve mentioned Crossgate and Grand Vista, where we have 31-foot back-to-back curb street. And if the commission is not in favor of retrofitting bike lanes for whatever reason, that's the kind of recommendation that we're seeking tonight.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. Dave, I just wanted to clear up. I can understand and appreciate that different dedicated budgets have to go to the infrastructure for which they were intended. I can appreciate that, but that's not exactly what I'm asking. For stuff like Haskell and Monterey, both sections of it, the bicycle infrastructure improvements that I'm alluding to do not take up any additional paved width. They would basically be narrowing the lanes of the street, which is still to engineering design standards, and then they would be adding bike lanes also to engineering design standards. Basically, like you're saying, doing the most with the street maintenance budget, which is why we're here, right? So I don't see any conflict with the various funds that you would use otherwise. Like, I don't see this as necessarily cribbing from what we put in the non-motorized project CIP, for example. So I don't know if there's just a disagreement on that, if I'm just reading it wrong, but it seems to me that if we're not changing the right of way or the curb to curb width or adding any other traffic calming devices, it still should fall under street maintenance, right? I mean, based on everything I've heard so far, it sounds like there's not necessarily a no if we were to ask to put some sort of protected bike lanes on Haskell, for example.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Monterey Way is I'm looking this up here. So we have our recommendations to reestablish the bike lanes and not, are we on the same page on that? And then Haskell was one that I need to look at a little more with the street width to see if we could get bike lanes on it. But I mean, if we have enough width to get bike lanes, then we can look at doing that.
Okay.
And Monterey Way has bike lanes now and we're putting them back. So I don't know if we are disagreeing, but when you mention protected bike lanes, I can tell you there's not enough width on either of those streets to have protected bike lanes.
I don't mean buffered bike lanes. I mean some kind of physical barrier that doesn't have to be 8 feet wide. It just has to be a couple of inches. That could be a concrete buffer. It could be those stanchions that have been used as temporary installations. Just something. It could even be just kind of a lonely curb without the rest of the sidewalk behind it. Just something to deter motorists going at pretty high speed from accidentally veering off into the bike lane, where bikers are significantly more vulnerable at these high speeds on Monterey. So does adding anything raised in the third dimension here, does that constitute something that is not really allowed under street maintenance program? Because if that's the case, I can kind of see why that would not be considered for this round.
Dave Cronin, the engineer. Yeah, installing any raised features is not something that we're considering with the maintenance program. So to put a separate curb and gutter in between the through lanes and the bike lanes is not an option that we're looking at.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. Last year, we made the observation that we felt there should have been some socioeconomic influence in our projects that we picked, and city staff came back and they had that. I think that we should just collect, this is what I think, if you want to think something different, speak up. Let's just make a list of things that you recommend and see what the staff can do with it.
This Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. To go back on the Haskell and 11th Street location and looking at the width on the matrix, and I was looking closer here why the recommendation fell where it was with the marked shared lanes. The conventional bike lane would not improve the level of comfort. It would remain a 3, and the marked shared lane provides a level of comfort as 3 as well. So in terms of the lowest cost option and getting that same level of comfort of 3, that was the recommendation. That's why it fell that way. So.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Does that assume that cars drive the same speed in a 10-foot lane versus a 13 to 14-foot lane?
It takes into account the posted speed, the average daily traffic.
Noted. Okay.
This is Commissioner Brian. I'm curious if we're trying to think about street maintenance and possibly how it might be more aggressive in terms of improving bicycle infrastructure. If a raised bike lane, how that would, what's the impact of trying to do that in a street maintenance program? From what I've understood, it's only a few inches of pavement. And I guess there must be some gradient between the, regular surface and the raised bike lane. But I'm curious if that's something that even could be considered. It goes, doesn't create the kind of separation like a bollard or some other thing, but it does elevate the bicyclist slightly, and it might create some greater sense of safety along a bike lane.
Yeah, Dave Cronus, the engineer. It really isn't for the purposes of stormwater and drainage, is where we retrofitted bike lanes. A portion of the curb and gutter is used as the bike lane, which is not preferred. Completely recognize that, but it's in past practice and in our recommendations tonight, it's better than not doing anything, which is the other option, is not to put in the striped line. So I hope that answers your question, but yeah, it's really mainly stormwater. And then at some point, what's the definition of a buffer? Is it have a raised curb and then to have the separate facility? And if you're doing that, you need to really widen the street, because you're going to take some of the street width to have the curbs in between. So really, and if you're doing, any more substantial improvements than just a conventional bike lane, it really is it gets into the redesign of the street, and it's a more substantial project.
Thank you.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. First of all, Carol, you're muted, sorry. Carol, you're muted. Still, there
We
you go.
had 2 letters from the community about white lines. Did we take care of that?
This is Dave
Is that
Cronin,
an
city
issue?
engineer. We attached the course. There was 2 letters that are attached as correspondence. And before we receive any recommendation, I'd ask you to also seek public comment on this item.
Michael?
Hi, good evening. This is Michael Allman, speaking for the Sustainability Action Network. When discussing the street maintenance program last year, the issue came up of adding what the city engineer calls conventional bicycle lanes, which we refer to as white stripe bicycle lanes. And at that time, they added them to 3, I think it was 3 45-mile-an-hour arterial streets. So that was already above the 40-mile-an-hour supposed limit, which actually the limit potentially could go up to 50 miles an hour. But anyway, we objected. They went in anyway. The problem, the dynamic problem is that every time this happens in the street maintenance program, we see what I like to call the creeping white striped bicycle lanes. They just, more and more of them creep into existence, block by block, street by street, generally going to be foreclosing better options. And it's going to be years before those better options are in. And we don't agree that, as the city engineer claims and the project, the senior project engineer claims, that the white striped bicycle lanes are an improvement. We don't agree. The statistics that we provided, it was last year, which is in our letter, 65.4% of bicyclist deaths occur on 45-mile-per-hour arterial streets. White striped bicycle lanes on Folks Road and on 9th Street is where in 2018, 2 experienced bicyclists suffered serious injuries, hospitalization injuries. These are not safe. They're what we like to refer to as attractive nuisance, or as Commissioner Buffington said, a placebo. They really don't do, I mean, where does this comfort level, which we refer to that as safety level or risk level. It has nothing to do with comfort, really. The city engineer says perceived comfort. Well, no, it's risk or safety. And adding these don't improve that. So what we proposed, if you, in our letter, and I have that on my screen, you could scroll right down and read it too, is the city engineer says that the Lawrence Bikes Plan Design Guide sets the policy. No, we don't have a policy. Those design standards, as he calls them, are simply by choice made by staff. It's the same as the standards that the city engineer purportedly pulled out of a hat for East 19th Street. And we all know that those standards were simply the choice of the city engineer. So those standards are not a policy. We don't have a policy. And we've been presenting and proposing a policy for a year now. I spoke directly with 4 city commissioners. They're all concerned about the lack of safety in white striped bicycle lanes. And the mayor has said that the Multimodal Transportation Commission is the body that should initiate that kind of a policy. So in our letter is the policy that we're draft at this point. I think you should take it up more formally at a meeting as an action item. Whenever a bikeway is included along a new street or added during reconstruction or maintenance of an existing street, it shall be physically separated from motor vehicle traffic by employing one of the following designs: buffered bicycle lanes, protected bicycle lanes, bicycle tracks, or shared use paths. White striped bicycle lanes shall no longer be the default bikeway in the street maintenance program, nor during street construction or reconstruction. However, they can be on local residential 25-mile-per-hour streets. So that's our proposal. I would like you to direct staff to consider that as an action item on a future agenda next month, if possible, as soon as possible. Otherwise, we're just going to see more and more of these dangerous white striped bicycle lanes. As far as Commissioner Kuzmiak's idea, I like what he was saying within the program itself. One thing he did mention was lane delineators, as he put it, the kind of things that you can drive over and they pop right back up. The city has indicated they don't particularly like those because of street sweeping and snow plowing, but they can figure out a narrower street sweeper. They exist, 5-foot wide street sweepers. Plowing, Parks and Recreation has plows to accommodate 5 feet. And Haskell is 30 feet wide. Anywhere from 13th Street to 23rd Street, I must point out, which is my neighborhood, there's a lot of room adjacent to Haskell that would accommodate a bicycle track or a shared use path. There are a few sections where there are some residents, but in much of that, there's lots of space on the side. Another possibility, how about where the white, if you want to do a white stripe on like a 30-foot wide street, so you have 2 5-foot bicycle lanes, how about adding rumble strips? So when a car verges into that bicycle lane, they hear the rumble strip. How many of you out there have seen, I see it all the time, cars always driving in the bicycle lane? I mean, they do it all the time. It's insane. So we need a policy. We need some very clear design standards, particularly for the street maintenance program. But you know, in general, we need to be looking at a broader use of separated bicycle facilities, because as I pointed out in the Kansas Active Transportation Plan, people there also are saying paint is not protection. So thank you very much, and I hope that you follow through on this and continue.
Thank you, Michael. Gary?
Thank you, Vice Chair Bowen. I'm here for a couple of things. The first, I want to second Michael's assertion. I'm the correspondence coordinator for the Healthy Built Environment group of Livewell, and we sent a second letter to you asking that you that painting white lines on arterials be abandoned and the bike lanes that offer protection to be the standard in future roadways. So I want to second Michael's request that you make that a formal policy, that you don't put white striped bike lanes on arterial 45-mile-an-hour streets. It's one instance where doing something is more dangerous than doing nothing. So please. The second thing I want to talk about is if Steve is still there, I want to ask Steve a question about things that are on the plan that disappear. So if it's okay, I'd like to share my screen real quickly, if that's all right. It's this one here. Just a moment. See if this comes up. This, Steve, this is a 2019 comprehensive street maintenance plan. Let me see if I can back it out here so you can see that it's 2019's plan. We've been having trouble with deteriorating curbs in Sunset Hill for some time. We were really happy in 2019 to see this small section of Orchard included on the comprehensive plan. And this is about 3 addresses on Orchard that have the curb is completely gone. It's right here, right in about 20, let's see, I can tell you actually. Here's our 2017 submission, Orchard Lane, 2607 and 2611. That's what you see here in the 2019. However, when it got to 2020, they disappeared. And I called street maintenance and they said that in 2020, they had very bad potholes and they had to use every bit of their money to improve the surface of the street and to look for them to go back on the list sometime in the future. Well, we looked in 20, they weren't there. We looked in 21, they weren't there. And now I see in 22, they're not there. So my question, Steve, is if you felt that these curbs were bad enough so that you needed to maintain them in 2019, after we've been reporting them for 3 years prior, will they ever come back on your list of street maintenance? Can we look for them to return?
With the data we have, all streets are considered. Every street needs some type, again, Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer, all streets need some type of maintenance, whether it's from crack seal to a major rehab or potential curb and gutter type of work. I think that one you were showing there, it looked like it was maybe on an internal street maintenance list for some internal type of work. I think they had done a couple locations. I would have to look into it and see if that was one that was accomplished or might not have been able to be accomplished through the year, and maybe it might have been deferred or staff possibly determined that it was something that was needing to be handled through a larger future project, along the corridor as a whole. Currently our data does not, with the pavement condition index, it specifically looks at pavement surface, but we have to take, into consideration multiple things when we're looking at a corridor. So it might be something that's looking at possibly being more expansive. If I'm not mistaken, I think that might be a street that has been overlaid from face of curb to face of curb, and there might be intermittent locations where the curb is deteriorating. Does that sound correct? Either way, it's something that you could use our city webpage and put in a specific request for the location to be reviewed, as a follow-up would be something I would suggest as a whole. But other than that, I would have to take a further look at it, into it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this is Dave Cronin, State Engineer. If I could just add one thing, I would just note that this plan is kind of fluid, and we need to be adaptable if there's something that comes up. You mentioned 2019 when we had a lot of freeze thaw cycles, and we had some streets blow up that we had to do emergency mill and overlay on, and we didn't do some of the local streets, and we're catching up, and we're trying to catch up, and I think we're falling further behind. And that's when, that's our challenge when we're trying to stretch our dollars. And if we are to do more substantial projects to improve bike facilities, which is great, we're trying to do all that we can. We're taking money out of the program for curb and gutter and maintenance. So yeah, without knowing more specifics, Gary, on that curb, it's that, we've changed our program in the last couple of years in the approach too. So there's probably, you mentioned some that didn't get done and still haven't got done. I'm sure there's others. I'm sure there's others from other years. And some of them we push forward into the next year, and some of them they drop off, and because we have more urgent needs, quite frankly. So.
Thank you, David.
Okay, I think I can recall two things. One was a suggestion that we look at Haskell Avenue to see if we could put bike lanes in there. And the other was to consider a policy on when to use white stripes. Can we refer the white stripe thing to a policy discussion at our next meeting? Would that be all right with everybody?
This is Commissioner Bryan.
Yeah.
I think staff already gave us a response on Haskell. There wasn't sufficient space for anything other than Sharrow. Is that correct?
Excuse me, MMTC. I think the response was that they could add a striped bike lane, but that would not actually get a better level of comfort than what is currently there. I would push back on that, because by narrowing the lanes from, was it like 15 feet to 10, you would definitely get slower cars, much more closely approximating the speed limit rather than going significantly over it. And just for context, there's somebody was actually killed on Haskell not too long ago by a speeding car. So, I mean, clearly cars are going too fast there. So by decreasing the lane width, yeah, I mean, if we're assuming in a perfect world, right, that the level of comfort would stay the same, I think that's a bit of a fallacy, because obviously it's not a perfect world. Cars will go whatever speed they feel comfortable at. And those lanes are real wide, and it's a very straight road. So, I mean, I would say it's still worth it to look into it. And I know Court was saying that, yeah, stripe lanes are a placebo effect, but if we can at least narrow the lanes, I mean, bikers will probably stick to the sides anyway. So I don't know, I feel like it's something, and it's the cost of paint, right? And there's always the chance that we could actually add some kind of stanchions, or maybe in the future, some concrete barriers, or at least something, right? Some sort of incremental improvement to at least get us to the paradigm that we want to be in. But I don't know.
Let's just ask Steve to look at that one, and let's put white line policy on the next agenda.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I think, Steve, would you mind, didn't you already give us a response on this issue about Haskell?
Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. Yeah, I looked at the matrix tool again, and basically the lower cost option, both the Sharrows and the conventional bike lane gave the level of comfort of 3. So the lower cost option. So it didn't make a difference on the level of comfort per the matrix.
Okay.
So does I understand it doesn't change the level of comfort, but are you saying physically it's possible? Like the road's not too narrow to include a bike lane?
Physically, based on the 31 foot, I think it's feasible. It just wouldn't change the level of comfort based on the matrix tool, and it's a higher cost option.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Court, do you mind if I just...
I'm really trying to move the meeting along, guys. It's getting late.
I understand, Carol, but I think you're also trying to cut off some. So.
I personally don't like the white lines, but I understand they're in the bike plan. I see what the research the city's done, and I will support them where it fits and makes sense, even though I don't believe they make much difference. I also commend city staff for following the matrix and the equation, but I also submit that I do not believe that the Sharrow and the white line will have the exact same outcome, even if an equation we currently have says that they produce the same level of comfort. I submit that that equation is flawed. The city staff has done their job in following it, and as the MMTC, it is our position to decide, maybe in this case, we don't think the equation worked. The white stripe would be better, and I would be supportive of directing city staff to find out if we can put a white line on Haskell instead of Sharrows. Understanding that by the current standards applied, the level of comfort is the same. I think we'd all agree here that there is a difference between the two.
This is Commissioner Bryan. Carol, I believe there's still sufficient discussion on this item. Nick had brought up the question of what else could we do other than what staff has presented, and Courtney just mentioned that we could add a white stripe to that section of Haskell. Steve said that could be done. It just wasn't the least cost option, and it didn't change the level of comfort. It sounds to me like staff is using a criteria that we weren't maybe thinking was a criteria, and that was the cost of the option. So when I look at the bike plan, which is what staff is using to guide these decisions, in addition to the cost, it seems to me like the criteria of the speed and the, where was it? I was trying to look at Monterey, and it looks like the speed and the traffic volume would justify a buffered bike lane. It also would justify a protected bike lane, and it would justify a conventional bike lane. What I think I heard was staff couldn't find the space because the road wasn't wide enough to have a protected bike lane. What I'm curious is, could we have a buffered bike lane, or is that also ruled out because it's not a large enough road?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I would have to double check, but I'm pretty confident that there's not enough room to have a buffered bike lane, because you would need to have, I think, 2 foot minimum buffer, and 31 foot wide road, no way for sure. I think a portion of Monterey Way might be slightly wider, and I just don't think it's wide enough to do that. But you could give us the direction to recheck that and what the guidance is on minimum for meeting a buffered bike lane.
Well, the bike plan says 18 inches.
Okay, there you go.
So I'm just thinking, I'd like to err on the side of trying to do the most we can, given the options the bike plan presents. And I think when you have the option between a Sharrow and a conventional bike lane, if there's space for the conventional bike lane, it should be prioritized over a Sharrow. And if there's space for a buffer bike lane and it meets the criteria, then it should be prioritized over a conventional bike lane.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Charlie, I think that is an interesting discussion point because that sort of assumes that we're okay with reducing car lane widths to the minimum required by the street design standards. And I feel like that maybe wasn't considered. So Dave, when you were saying that wasn't Monterey is 31 feet curb to curb, doing the math real quick, that gives us 10 feet for each lane, so that's 20. And you have 11 feet left over for non-car. So subtract 2 times 2 foot buffers, that's 4. You still have 7 feet left to work with. So say you need 6 inch for the gutter-ish. That still gives you a 3 foot bike lane, which isn't great, but for a single bike in one direction, not bad. So that's now 5 feet in either direction for a bike lane that is now buffered from hopefully a slightly slowed traffic in that new 10 foot lane that is no longer a 15 foot lane. So I feel like there are options here, and what Charlie's saying makes a lot of sense. Like, do the best we can at trying to make things more multimodal and safer for the more vulnerable road users, if at all possible, even if we can't change the geometry or profile of the street.
Court Buffington, thank you, Commissioner Bryan. You actually said what I was trying to get to much more succinctly.
So I guess the question is, should we add this, Carol, to the list of things we want staff to look at that Monterey Way could be, like, what are our options, right? You know, conforming to minimum street design standards for cars. How much could we get for a bike lane that is safer for cyclists?
Sure, we could, but what kind of feedback does the staff need? When do they start construction?
Yes, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We are we're looking for recommendation tonight so that we can start working on plans the first of the year. I think longer term, if we want to get into a different, very minute level of detail with the guidance that we've used to develop the bikeway design guide and design criteria in NACDO, which generally follows the same guidance. We could work on a policy, but it would pretty much be in line with the criteria in the bike plan. But so that I don't believe that it can be done in the next month. It's probably a bigger discussion, and we've got, as you know, a lot of push on making crossings safer, bicycle crossings, pedestrian crossings at signalized intersections, unsignalized intersections. So that's kind of a higher. It's been pretty high on the list that we've heard from you, and we feel the same to have more guidance and policy and criteria on those crossings. And so I think that we were starting to try to work on that first. So I guess back to what we need from you tonight is we're looking for a recommendation. If there, we talked about Haskell, re-looking at that. If there's other streets, you can include that review in the recommendation with the action item. On buffered bike lanes, you still need to have the width of the bike lane, and that's 5 foot. So then you would have an additional buffered width beyond that. And so that's where you can't necessarily take a 5 foot bike lane and then make it a 3 foot bike lane and then do some buffer in between. You need to have that minimum. So without getting into details on really into the weeds, which I think we are into the weeds, but that's, we are presenting what we feel like is the best that we can do at this point. But I agree that we should relook at Haskell based on the comment. The other streets, if there's something else included in the recommendation, and we'll bring back an item on next month's agenda with a design memo or more information, if that helps.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I don't believe the bike lanes that we're trying to reestablish on Monterey exist as 5 foot bike lanes as they are. I'd like to make sure that if we can narrow the lanes that are used for the cars, that we can do that. if 10 feet is the minimum, then let's go to that. And then reserve the rest of the bike lane space for a buffer and the 3-foot bike lane that already is there. That seems pretty reasonable.
Do we want to make a recommendation for Haskell Avenue and Monterey Way then?
If I could point out a detail, Monterey Way is 35 feet back of curb to back of curb by my measurement on the city interactive map. This was Michael Allman.
What do you want to do?
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I don't know if this is necessarily a motion, but I could just voice a recommendation to try to summarize what we've been talking about. So I would push that MMTC as a unit recommends that city staff look into the possibility of both on Haskell and on the sections of Monterey Way that are slated for maintenance to reduce car travel lane width to 10 feet per city design standards. And with the remaining width, basically expand any bike lane or in the case of Haskell, create a new one, striped. Does that track with what we've been talking about? Okay.
Charlie, is that all right with you?
Yeah. Oh, and
I think in terms of the expansion of the bike lane, I'd say adding that buffer if possible.
Yeah. I mean, if we have the extra space, I mean, if it's truly 35 feet curb to curb, I mean, it's something, right?
I mean, it meets the requirements in the bike plan based on speed and number of vehicles on the road.
And then I think the final portion would be to take another look at, somebody may need to help me with this one. It was a policy question. What was the recommendation? Charlie, do you remember?
I mean, all right, this Commissioner Bryan, I think we need to probably frame this up a little better, and maybe that's more appropriate in a study session. But there clearly is a interest that we see in trying to prioritize the types of bicycle facilities that doesn't seem to get reflected in what staff presented tonight. And so it's not only a matter of can it change the level of comfort, which is, as Court said, a calculation, an equation. So there needs to still be some sense that one type of infrastructure provides a greater comfort level, maybe not captured in the formula, and that we should be able to rank those and say, when possible, staff would achieve the highest level of, or the infrastructure that has the highest level of, maybe you don't want to call it level of comfort, but something that kind of alludes to the fact that there are differences between these various types of infrastructure for bicycling. I guess it's something I'd like to hear more staff input on, because, in particular, I think Jessica Mordinger has been really good at trying to constantly refine this level of comfort analysis. And I'm sure if she was here tonight, she would find some value in, getting our input and then thinking about how does it further refine her process. I mean, ideally, the level of comfort would show those micro differences, and we wouldn't leave staff with that flexibility around, well, it doesn't change it, so we'll just stick with the Shara, which is the least cost option.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. I would say we could look at the street width. We're not necessarily looking at the lowest cost option within the same level of comfort. So I'd like to look at Haskell a little more myself. And the width of Monterey Way, I think it differs, varies. So I think we've got enough very clear direction on looking at that for sure to bring back recommendation on those. And yeah, I think it really comes down to having more refinement on this is the width of the street and then the speed and volume that we're comfortable with. But, even in our bike plan, we don't have that. It's not as granular as that because when we brought it up, the buffered bike lane is the same as the conventional bike lane. And when you look at NACDO, it's even, well, if it's a street that's up to 35 miles per hour and 3,000 vehicles or more average daily traffic, which is higher than local streets, then conventional bike lane's okay. Buffer bike lane is better, but it's not as black and white as I guess we'd like it to be, but and some, and there's still engineering judgment that needs to be taken into consideration. And so it can't be, we must do this on every street, but if there's something that helps us all be a little more clear, so we don't have very long discussions every year, that would help us all. So I'm certainly comfortable into looking at it more to have maybe some more guidance. I think we're slowly making progress, and the big step was getting that criteria in the bikeway design guide. And the level of comfort's been great, particularly when we do reconstruction in new streets. So we had that long conversation last month on Wakarusa, where we've used to do striped bike lanes, and now we're looking at shared use path or cycle tracks. So I think we're making progress there. So I think it might take a little bit of time to get to have more discussions on the policy, to have street width, and but I think we could look at what we have now at Haskell, Monterey. We'll double check these other ones, and then bring back something next month on that.
Carol, this is Commissioner Evans' excellent conversation. I'd be willing to take a shot at a motion. And kind of a footnote before the motion would be asking staff to, as Michael and Dotnary suggested in the correspondence, to look at the use or non-use of the stripe. And given court and others' conversation about share rows, I would add that to the conversation, because I personally agree that a share row is a bad idea in most cases. And if we could have those two things outside of the motion brought back either in a study session or in a regular agenda, that would be fantastic. And with that, I'd like to move that the 2022 street maintenance program and bike plan facility review as presented be approved, with the request to have further evaluation for the parts of the program for Monterey Way and Haskell Avenue.
Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Bryan. I'll second that.
All in favor? What do we do? Do we do a roll call?
Yeah, we'll need to do a roll call. Let me pull that up. Okay. See, so Steve Evans moved. Damon Baltuska?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Carol Bowen?
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak? Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute in time.
Okay.
Was that a yes?
That is a yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Aaron Payton?
Yes.
Cord Buffington?
Yes.
Charlie Bryan?
Yes.
And Gregory Critchlow?
Yes.
Okay, motion carried.
Okay, and we're going to put the white line policy on the next agenda. David?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. We have on our study session, we're going to be talking about bike facilities. We'll see if we can tie it into that, or if we can, what we can put together for starting the conversation. I don't know. I can tell you, we're not going to have a draft policy to present you in December.
Okay. Let's see. Capital improvement plan projects is next. Is that right?
Correct. Dave Cronin, city engineer. Give me 1 sec, please. I'm going to share my screen. I've attached next year's capital improvement projects that are related to transportation. We did this last year mainly to give the commission and everyone a heads up on projects that are upcoming before we start them in some instances, or in some instances we've already started and progressed pretty far. So that's what I've attached tonight, some of the project sheets from our CIP in 2022 that are planned projects. This first one, you're all aware of this one, I believe, the 23rd Street project. So that was budgeted for 2 years of construction. We're a little behind on plans. We're working on utility relocations now. And so that project is still moving forward with the design that we presented over a year ago. Moving down the list, Wakarusa Research Parkway to Clinton Parkway. So it was in the budget for this year for design, and we brought it to you last month. And we're going to be bringing this project back next month on the agenda for a recommendation. We talked about the bike facilities last month, and we're having a public meeting, which will give you an update on under staff items. But so this project is in the plan next year, and I think you're aware of it, but it's in there. And so I included the sheet because it's related to transportation. One of the next major projects coming up on the horizon for extending infrastructure is associated with the KDOT project, the South Lawrence Traffic Way K10 expansion, which is going to be doing interchange improvements at K10 and Wakarusa, which you saw again last month as well. And so this project is a CIP project that's in both the city and the county CIP to extend to Wakarusa south over the river, the Wakarusa River to County Road 458. And this is a project or a connection that's in the transportation plan T2040. It's a future arterial street. I think it's another important connection with the recognition that Castle's now closed at K10, and so providing that connectivity into the county is going to be important. And we're looking at tying this into potentially an agreement with KDOT so that we can partner with them to bid the project with the South Lawrence Traffic Way improvements, which, if you recall from our discussion last month, are not funded for construction at this point. They're moving forward with design plans, but potentially in 2024, it could be let to construction. So we've allocated some money this year, next year in 2022 to start looking at design, and with the idea that it could potentially be funded in 2024 for construction. And this would be a project that would be partially funded by the city and partially with the county. So we would expect a review on the design and how we transition from a city street to a county road. That would be part of the discussion when we get into the design for that project. And I'll just keep going through the remaining few, and then we can hop back if you have any specific questions on any one in particular. Moving forward, 6th and Mass is an intersection that we're looking to improve, really upgrade our traffic signal equipment. I've had some issues with faulty equipment out there. We've recognized the need to have better vehicle detection equipment and pedestrian push buttons, and so this is probably one of the higher priority traffic signal replacement projects on our list. So we've got that in the budget next year to start design, and then construction in 2023. The next project's 11th Street from Indiana to Ohio, in Louisiana from 11th to 12th Street. So this is one of those streets that has got to the point where it's failed so bad that it really does need to be reconstructed. Those are streets on our bus routes, and it sees a lot of bus traffic, and really probably the streets were never really built to accommodate the load and the frequency of the buses, and with the age of the street, it really needs to be reconstructed. So this is one that we're also working to coordinate with some sewer repairs in the intersection of, I think, 11th and Ohio. But this is a kind of a joint project that we've had on the radar, and that we would do design in next year, and then construction in 2023. So both 11th Street and Louisiana Streets are on the our bike routes on the bike plan, and so we'd have some conversations on bike ped facilities with the design of that project. The next one that we have here is the Kansas River Amenities Recreation Trail. So currently we are in the next phase of repairs to the Bowersock Dam, and building a road out to the dam, and some of that, the work that's being done here this fall and winter can be left in place to accommodate a future trail and amenities there south of the dam. And we, I know we've had some conversations about the Lawrence Loop alignment, and does it take an alignment along here, kind of along the river and the promenade, and then potentially go out into the river, into the park. And so there could be, this is its own, I guess, its own project and phase, but it could be extended in the future if we identify funds and an alignment to continue that in the future. So with this project, we're reusing the construction access road there, as I mentioned, and there's some enhancements really to access the river there that's being done with this project. This is our annual bike ped program funds that Jake Baldwin, our project engineer, oversees for our non-motorized prioritization program. And so that's, again, funded in 2022. And then Parks and Rec has a project to improve a few sections of the Victor Park. There's one section that I think still has aggregate surfacing that would be improved to concrete. And this also includes the extension of the park, I think, on the northwest corner of the park. And the land development code. I know we've had a lot of conversations on the ties between transportation and land use. And with this project here next year. That planning's undertaken. We're going to be looking at the code and the subdivision regulations, and I think there will be a consultant that will be hired to lead this effort, and there'll be some public engagement and what involvement, who all gets involved in that. I don't know at this point, but I'm sure there will be some ties to this board and some interest from this board. So there will be more to come on this, but this is something that we are looking forward to as the last major revision was done in 2006. So I felt like it'd be important just to point that this one out, that this one's coming in 2022. And I think finally, this is the last one, and I think most are really well aware of this already, but the multimodal transfer facility, the construction phase is budgeted in 2022 for that transfer facility. And so that is ongoing, but that is kind of the summary of the projects. And I would, let me stop my share here. I would open up to any questions that any of you have on some upcoming projects.
This is Steve Evans. Dave, I don't know how much detail you can go into. I'm really curious about 6th and Mass, and really happy to see that project coming down the pike here. What pedestrian improvements specifically can you talk about? Maybe it's too early to do that, but I'm real curious about that.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. The project's really geared towards equipment of signals and the signal poles are cameras that are out there, vehicle detection, and it's not geared towards any geometric improvements or any major changes. And so at this point, we haven't we haven't started work on the project yet, but it's primarily geared around upgrades to equipment and operations of the traffic signal equipment that's out there for those intersections at Mass and Vermont.
This is Commissioner Brian. Is it possible for the pedestrian signals to be something that could be activated by a pedestrian with new infrastructure there? Or could a leading pedestrian interval be implemented?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We haven't discussed a leading pedestrian interval there at that intersection, but it will have pedestrian buttons and activation for crossings. And so it gives us a lot more flexibility in the timing to do that if we were to make any changes than what we have out there right now. So we haven't discussed that.
All right, Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I have a couple questions or comments, I guess, too. So this may be larger than us and MSO and everything, because I believe this is from the entire city CIP format. But I noticed that for every project page, there's a box at the bottom that says, impact to budget or just other information. And it's sort of useful, but only really for non-operating cost info. And I feel like any big project really makes more sense when it's quantified as a net present value or some other measure that takes the ongoing financial obligations into account. I don't know. I feel like when we fail to quantify future expenditures, we're sort of doing future generations a disservice by basically turning a blind eye to whether or not this project is actually going to be a net positive or negative. And I mean, as an engineer, when we do cost estimates, we always take into account operating expenditures, maintenance costs, consumables cost over the intended lifespan of the project. So I guess I'm kind of surprised that given the capacity we have at the city that we don't have more information on, the anticipated maintenance interval, what those maintenance costs are going to be, at what frequency they're going to happen, what's the expected useful life of the project. I believe that piece of information is there. But I feel like saying that the Wakarusa extension is going to be $7 million, well, that's what it's going to be up front. But a Great Dane puppy is only a couple thousand up front, and it's many more thousand over the course of its life, right? So I feel like it would be really worthwhile to kind of explore what the full lifetime cost of these things are. Because I think in some instances, we may find that the kind of new economic activity that they may generate or improve isn't going to be sufficient to cover the lifetime cost. And these things are going to be end up being drains on the economy. So I feel like the Wakarusa extension looks to be a particular example of one of those where it's just, I mean, are we going to build a lot of businesses along it? Is there going to be additional property tax revenue coming from there? Is there some way to even quantify the new city revenue that this might bring in to be able to justify such an expensive project? So I guess that's a question for staff. Why don't we have better information on ongoing costs of these big projects?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We're working in that area in our asset management program, particularly when we put in new infrastructure to have what the asset cost is, what the maintenance costs are, and we're trying to work to improve that. So it is a section on these CIP forms that I would say are not consistently completed amongst all of those that enter projects. But I agree that we need to have that we want to know the operation and maintenance costs of the infrastructure we build so that we can budget appropriately to maintain it. As far as the economic development, it's a good question. It's very hard to quantify, and it would take some dollars to do site-specific studies to do that. I would just say as the city grows, we expect the need to extend infrastructure to serve it, and but we also need to recognize that the cost to maintain it and what is the economic impact of growing and extending infrastructure and maintaining it. So yeah, we're probably not all the information that you want to see there, Commissioner Kuzmiak, and I think we're making improvements, but slow, but probably slower than we all want on maintenance. So
Kuzmiak, MMTC. Well, it sounds like at least things are trending in the right direction. I mean, I would say before this goes to city commission, it seems like it would be a good idea to say like, well, here's what we know it's going to cost up front because we've done plenty of construction and bids. But based on previous maintenance projects, we also know that, a mill and overlay that's done every 10 to 15 years is going to cost this much per linear foot for Lingwood. I mean, I feel like even if I look through public records, I could find that information. So I would just hope that our elected officials have the information they need to make a decision on whether or not this kind of makes sense. I'm also looking at the growth tier map, and this is in tier 3, which means that we'll get there eventually, but it's not necessarily something that we were planning on doing in the next few years. But I see the project timeline is significantly faster or sooner than what tier 3 growth is supposed to look like. So I guess my question is, where did this project originate from other than it's a dotted line on a map? I mean, is there any project out here that needs to be served? Is there any safety issue that needs to be covered? It just seems like, we're connecting the city to the county, which is great, but a lot of people want to live in the county because they don't really like the city. They don't really want the connectivity. That's sort of the point. And it seems like this is kind of completing a grid for grid's sake, rather than actually serving any kind of definable objective. So I don't know if anybody else has kind of looked into this project, but this seems to me kind of really similar to the extension of 27th Street, connecting the dog park and the sports complex, where it's sort of a solution in search of a problem.
This is Commissioner O'Brien. Nick, are you talking about the Wakarusa extension?
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels to me like it's mostly about timing. Like if the state's going to be doing something with the highway, that's an opportune time to jump ahead of everything and get a, good cost savings by piggybacking on their project.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. So, I mean, when you look at Plan T 2040, there's a whole bunch of these dotted lines kind of out in the countryside. Why this one in particular? Was there any impetus for choosing this exact spot to kind of connect to lightly populated areas?
Yeah, Dave Cronitz, the engineer. I think this one rose up a little with the discussion of the closure of Castled. Originally was going to be closed, and then they left it open for a little bit, and then they closed it, obviously, when we had some crash issues out there. But the long-term plan was to close Castled with the when the 4-lane expansion project is done. You have Iowa US 59, which extends into the county, and then the other road you have is the Dam Road, which is a Corps of Engineers maintained road, and that is under their jurisdiction, and they could conceivably close it. So I think it's a combination of maybe not necessarily focused on we need to extend the road to accommodate growth right now down there, but it reestablishes access that was cut off from the Castled project, and for not just motorists, but for cyclists as well that bike out into the county. So it's been on the radar for a number of years as an unfunded project. And with the anticipation of the KDOT project, we'd like to take advantage of the economies of that to complete the improvements with that project and extend the road to the south. So.
It Kuzmiak, MMTC. So I think I've heard you mention a couple times that the closure of Castle kind of popped this up a little bit in the priority scale. I realize that the closure of the Castle exit and entrance to K10 generated some kind of local issues, but people who live down on North 1200 Road, wouldn't they have just used South 59 to get to where they're going anyway, or the Dam Road? I mean, it doesn't seem like Castle really had anything to do with their access. I guess I'm struggling to see how that changed anything for the folks who live down there.
Yeah, I can't answer that.
This Commissioner Brian. Nick, I'm not sure if you were just not tuning in back then, but there was a significant public reaction to closing a Castle that led to that kind of, I don't know how you describe it, but it was a makeshift effort to continue to provide some access, which did not work out, which caused it to be completely closed, which was KDOT's original plan. So I think in that discussion, there was a lot of talk about the fact that the city had no other way to get on the other side of K10 except Iowa. So, or US 40, whatever that is there. So the Corps of Engineers road being the alternate people would mention, but that's not a road that the city has any control over. So Wakarusa has always kind of been that, this is where the road needs to be because it's not going to be castled. So I think this is just kind of when is that going to be done? And I'm kind of curious about the bicycle infrastructure. I think that's one of the user groups that is going to probably be really excited about this is people that ride their bikes are going to want to take that route to get out into the county. I think it's more about city residents trying to get out than it is the people that are on 1200 Road trying to get to the city. That's just my take on it.
Fort Buffington, MMTC, you baited me in, and Dave mentioned it also. While, it certainly wouldn't justify this kind of expense for that alone, looking at the plans and the widening of the 4-lane on K10 around the west side of town, that is going to make it very difficult to get, and I think Michael made some comments on that last time too, Michael Allman. That's going to make it very difficult to get bicycles out into that section of the county when those improvements are done. And that is an extremely heavily traveled area. A lot of people head out of town to get out to the southwest part of the county, south and around the lake. So this is going to maintain access that essentially, for most intents and purposes, the bicycling community is going to lose when the 4-lane goes in. Again, that's a big expense. There need to be other reasons to do it too. But after I saw the plans, again, unfunded, no date yet on it, but when I saw the plans for the 4-lane expansion, I immediately thought, okay, this is just going to destroy how we all get out into that part of the county. And this southern route from Wakarusa down to 458 restored it. So I was really excited for that purpose. I was really excited to see it.
Excuse me, MMTC. Cord, I'm not sure I'm fully following. How is the expansion of Wakarusa from 2 lanes to 4 lanes going to make access harder for cyclists to get south of the county? I don't know if I'm right. The
expansion of South Lawrence traffic lane.
Okay.
At the interchange at Clinton Parkway to get across into over to the other side of the highway, which gets you into the Clinton Lake area and south. That's the major way cyclists get out there today. When K10 expands to 4-lane out there, all of the design plans we saw is going to make it essentially impossible. And cyclists would go out there in groups. So like trying to get around all those roundabouts and the places where the cycling path will be when you've got a group of multiple groups of 5 to 10 or more cyclists trying to get out there at certain times of the week with very large organized group rides. It's kind of going to cut off that access almost entirely, but 458 being connected to Wakarusa restores a way to get into that part of the county without having to drive somewhere and park a car and get out, or be dependent upon riding a bike down US 59 south of town, which is only about a mile, but not very fun.
So I'm seeing bike lanes along the whole part of the proposed interchange reconstruction. I don't know if I'm just looking at it wrong, but as somebody who would just be biking out there, I see no problem in still accessing there. Are you talking about people who are just riding in the road in like a Peloton? Because even then, I mean, you can still use the road as you wish, right? It's not like you're crossing the surface part of the highway. You're going over the highway. Is it over or under? I mean, you're still on a regular surface road, right? I don't really understand what the difference is here.
The plans we were presented last month for the expansion of South Lawrence Trafficway to 4 lanes at the interchange with Clinton Parkway.
Right. And I'm seeing yellow bike lanes along the whole thing.
This is Dave.
Like in one place where you have to cross a roundabout in 6 different places with the bypass lanes. And those bypass lanes are going to carry cars accelerating and decelerating from highway speed. Yeah, I find that a real serious problem.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I'll jump in. There's to be clear, there's a plan for a shared use path and not bike lanes. That's being done with the improvements on the Wakarusa with the KDOT project. And so this project, we'll have to have a conversation on what bike facility extends further south, whether it's, whatever bike facility that is, whether it's separated or on street or whatever the options are. So very good conversation. We'll have this conversation again when we are looking at design, and this is more of just a, hey, this is coming down the road point in time right now that we're giving you heads up on, but we'll be bringing this discussion back next year on this project. But yeah, overall, it's really what we do south of the KDOT project. Which you saw what the improvements they had proposed, and they still need to fine tune those still, as they mentioned last month. But
This is Commissioner Bryan. I'm wondering, given the kind of attention this is likely to draw, your $500,000 budget next year for planning and design, how much of that is, or is that adequate to provide the community engagement work that needs to probably go on to do this project well?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. That's the numbers that are reflected in that estimate is the city's share. The county is is anticipated to fund half of the project. So that would be up to $1 million. I think they have 500,000 in design for next year. I hope that's enough.
Is there a plan to do something more, significant to give the public enough opportunity to weigh in on this? And I don't know how to coordinate the KDOT piece of it, but a lot of what gets people excited is what KDOT is proposing to do. That's where kind of court was going. And just trying to get clear, like, this is not that. And I don't know how the two need to be coordinated, but people want to give input probably on the totality of this plus what KDOT's up to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. We will have a engagement process as part of the work for design on this project with the county. The KDOT is doing the engagement process for their project. They brought the plans last month. They got some feedback. They presented the plans and concepts the past couple of years with their study. So those conversations can still be ongoing for sure. So while this is a separate project, I guess I understand the tie and the connection. For this project, there will be engagement that is done with the project in the design. And so we will, similar to what we did for Wakarusa last year, further to the north, we'll put together a request for proposals and what we expect the consultant to provide, which would include community engagement. And then staff will determine what that needs to look like for this project, and we'll work with the county to put together a schedule and a plan for that.
Kuzmiak, MMTC. On the budget, I'm seeing that for this project, it's only city future general obligation debt funds. Why isn't the county being asked to pay for this as well, given that it serves them and is also basically on their land, not within city limits? I mean, it's sort of adjacent to city limits, but it's not really in city limits based on that red outline that you have there. I could be wrong, but according to Google Maps, this is outside North city limits. So how do we justify paying for something that's not in our territory?
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Again, we're splitting this project with the county, so I think it's a 50-50 cost share. The dollars that are on the CIP plan sheet are just the city funded dollars and do not reflect county contribution to the project.
So the expenditures listed are not even the full expenditures of the project?
They are half.
Wow, okay, good to know. And then in that case, that's a large enough capital expenditure that it would be definitely useful to see what the cost of this is over the useful life. So I would strongly encourage generating that. Because I mean, if I was an engineer and if I submitted plans that didn't have a total cost of project ownership, we would not get hired again. So.
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. So if there's no other, I guess, comments or questions, that's all that we had on this item. It was just to give everyone a heads up what's coming down the road next year.
I do have one more, if that's all right with y'all. Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I just wanted to kind of point a general thing here that I know Michael Allman has brought this up a couple times, and I usually parrot it because I feel like it's important. But Well, when we're looking at the capital budgets that we see here for all these various more car-oriented projects, they add up pretty quickly into the tens of millions of dollars. Then you go down to project number, geez, what is it? The one that's just kind of all general sidewalk, ped improvements. It's like 1.675 million. That's a decent amount of money for me, but comparatively speaking, that chunk of the overall budget is pretty minuscule. And, I'm going to point again to our retreat where city leaders said, we would like you to do a better balance of the different modes of transportation. And I took that to mean that that'll probably take a different look at how funding is allocated as well. So obviously this is not the time to really do anything about it, but I think this is the commission where it starts, and where we realize that the sheer amount of money that we spend on card projects that kind of increase card dependency wildly outpaces that which we set aside as kind of table scraps for everything else. So I feel like seeing it laid out here really puts that in stark contrast. Not much we can do about it now, but it's just a point I want to continue to kind of hammer on for possibly a retreat topic in the near future.
This is Commissioner Bryan. Nick, I appreciate your comment there, but this is the budget that the City Commission, presents us.
Yep, and
So,
if we don't push back, they're not going to see the cognitive dissonance in what they want versus what they actually want. I mean, they do
Good
want
point.
to, and I feel like it's kind of up on us to actually push back on what they've allocated and say, like, you guys did say you wanted a better balance of multi-modes, right? Put your money where your mouth is. This is exactly how you do it.
I see Michael's hand is up. Carol, did he have anything to add?
Michael, is your hand up or is it forgotten?
No, it's up. Thank you. Well, I have a couple comments, but I'll start to thank Commissioner Kuzmiak for that budget issue. We've advocated, right now, well, no, not right now, a few years back, the bicycle pedestrian, both combined portion of the transportation budget was 0.082%. And a few years ago, we asked that be increased by 8% a year, which was commensurate with how the sidewalk maintenance and improvement program. And indeed, the budget has been showing over the past couple of years an 8% increase in the bicycle pedestrian funding. So somebody's listening, but still, like Commissioner Kuzmiak said, that's minuscule. Keep pushing for it because, during the street maintenance discussion, how many times did somebody say, well, we'd like to do more in this, but, until we have more funding, blah, 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 that comes up all the time. My next comment is about the Wakarusa extended. All your discussion is pretty accurate that quite a bit of the push for it was from county residents in the southwest part of the county who their only opportunity in the city was up Highway 59, Iowa Street. I'm excited as a bicyclist because I don't think I need to show my screen, but from last month, the intersection at 27th and Wakarusa that KDOT is redesigning shows shared use path terminating toward the south end of that interchange, which is implied that it will be continued and should be continued south to CR 458, County Road 458. I would personally like to see on one side of that not a highway, but road, 6-foot wide pedestrian facility. On the other side, a 10-foot wide dedicated bicycle track. So the modes are separated. If we're going to be separating modes, if we really want to do that, we got to start doing it somewhere, and this would be an ideal time. Enough said on that. On the Kansas River Amenities Recreation Trail, I like what the city engineer is saying about possibility of this somehow being coordinated with the extension of the Lawrence Loop, which might be along the promenade. But you have to keep in mind that this recreation trail is at water's edge, and that's a good 15 feet below the promenade. So if it's going to be somehow connected to or coordinated and then get across the dam, it's going to be going uphill, kind of like salmon swimming upstream, you know? It's going to be quite a rise to get up to where it needs to be above the dam. And oh yeah, on the land development code, this is exciting. It's about time. And I could say all kinds of things, but one thing that I want you to keep in mind is that the subdivision regulations are part of the land development code. And the subdivision regulations are where it specifies that when a developer builds a development, they are required to install sidewalks. Well, there is no current provision at all for building bikeways anywhere in the subdivision regulation. So there should be something similar that a developer is required to build bikeways when they do a development. Let's do it up front. Let's have them pay for it. Put it into the land development charges that all their landowners, when they pay for their mortgage, whatever, we have to be looking for funding anywhere we can find it. And this is a logical, plum to be plucked. So there'll be a lot more to talk about, but keep in mind that that's the place, the subdivision regulations is the place where we can make some major changes in geometrics and in particular applications for certain streets at different levels of use in streets and intersections and roundabouts to accommodate pedestrians and bicycles much better than we do now. So that's enough for me, but thank you very much.
Carol, you're on mute.
Any other comments? Are we ready to move on to staff items? Okay, the neighborhood traffic management program. Who's speaking to that?
This Dustin Smith, senior project engineer with MSO. And yeah, this is my item. So I guess I do need to update the timeline since we put the agenda together. We've pushed the installation of the temporary devices to Thursday the 4th. Just due to some challenges getting all our materials together and getting utility locates called in. But we are kind of putting the finishing touches on a press release, social media push, and get the website updated with exhibits and frequently asked questions. That should all come out tomorrow early. And then again, we'll be evaluating these temporary installations, make sure they're having the intended effect, and then move forward with the installation of permanent traffic calming next year in the neighborhood. And then the Wakarusa Drive public open house coming up on Wednesday the 3rd in the evening. Guess maybe want to clarify, since we talked a lot about Wakarusa previously, the extension that this Wakarusa open house is for the reconstruction between Clinton Parkway and Research Parkway. And we'll be intentional about getting public input on the type of bike ped facility that we're want to put on that section of Wakarusa, and should be bringing a staff recommendation back to this board next month to move that design forward.
Any questions for Dustin? Dustin, I always have trouble finding the website. Can you provide us with the link?
So it's, are you asking about Wakarusa or the neighborhood traffic management program?
The neighborhood traffic management.
So I can, sorry, this is Dustin Smith with MSO. I'll read it to you. I don't know if the chat is enabled, but so it's lawrenceks.org/MSO/safer-speeds. Or the search function on the city website works really well. If you search for the neighborhood traffic management program in the search.
Thank you. Any other questions?
This is Dave Cronus, the engineer. Gary's got his hand raised. Gary, did you have a comment on one of these items?
Yeah, I did have a couple of questions, but I wanted the MMTC to have a chance before public comment. So when you're ready.
We don't typically do public comment, but go ahead if you're ready.
Okay, sure. A couple of questions, Dustin. First of all, on your diagonal diverters on the east-west streets, did you accommodate bicycles on those?
There is a cut through in the diagonal to allow bicycles to travel through, but
thank you.
Prevent vehicles from going straight through at those intersections.
Second, I want to thank you for expedience in putting this program together and activating it. I'm really impressed with how quickly it's going, and I'm real happy for Old West Lawrence and for the program. My question to you now is, as you move forward with this pilot project, when do you plan to have the next round of applications? There's lots of neighborhoods in Lawrence who would like to see something similar to this.
This is Dustin Smith with MSO. I agree. I hear from a lot of neighborhoods as well, and we haven't set the exact timeline on when the applications will be open for next year, but that's something I need to get to soon. And we have discussed maybe not having, such a tight window of application, but maybe have the application available, starting early in 2022, and then just have a deadline. Would probably still need to be in May in order to get the whole study and installation executed. But that's pretty high on my list to get the next year's application in motion.
Super. Thanks.
And we will again send that out to all the neighborhood associations directly, as well as doing our regular kind of promotion of it.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Anyone else? Can we move on to commission items? Steve, did you have a comment? No. Commission items, PTAC update.
I think there was one more staff item though, for the Wakarusa Drive Reconstruction public meeting.
No, I think Dustin handled both of them at the same time.
Okay, sorry. I was
okay.
spacing out
Thanks
then.
for the help.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC, also PTAC. Quick PTAC update. Let's see. Here's where we were as of last meeting. Adam Weigel asked us for basically a lot of committee involvement in certain initiatives to move a couple things forward. One of them being the, I think, art redesign. It's sort of like how to better brand the KU and the city buses to make it seem like they serve both and everybody at the same time. So that was a pretty big involvement, and PTAC basically said, yeah, we don't really have anybody who has that kind of bandwidth to join, but if you can bring back to us some recommendations, we're happy to kind of help guide the process. We just can't necessarily spare that much time. So that's where that left. That's pretty much it. Gregory, am I missing anything?
Nick, I was not able to attend that one, so I'll have to take your word for it.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, and the other one was nominate a PTEC member to help select an artist for the transit facility. So that was a significantly smaller commitment, and we did identify a member for that. So otherwise, there's a whole lot of grants that are still being applied for. Adam is still going full bore on those, and it'll be exciting to see which of those leads to additional funding for the city. That's it for PTEC.
Transit Route Redesign Committee. Charlie and I are on that. Charlie, did you attend the last meeting?
No, I was not able to. The agenda was primarily around the community engagement work that was going to go on during the months of October and November. There's a series of meetings that they've promoted. Hopefully everyone's heard about those.
Yes, I watched the YouTube video, and they were saying that they were looking for places to table. I didn't know that term before, but basically they want to set up places where they can get citizen input on route design. That's pretty much it. Pedestrian plan update.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC, and also PTEC. So for the pedestrian plan update, the last meeting that we had, it was like last Thursday, there was 3 major items on it. We gave some feedback on the proposed scope of work and provided some comments. We gave feedback on the public outreach program, suggested a couple of places that the team could table at and kind of get feedback. So that's been going on over the past week or so. I saw them at the farmer's market. I know they've been at the library as well. And at this point, I believe we also gave enough feedback for them to start with the survey, basically. So trying to collect as much information as we can from folks who are, just kind of walking around already on what they think the current pedestrian plan, what, strong points, weak points, what they'd like to see in the future, some visual preference surveys. It's a pretty comprehensive survey. So I couldn't tell you what the exact link is to get to the website to fill out that survey, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's coming to Lawrence Listens pretty soon. So
this is Dave Kronos, the engineer. The survey is out on Lawrence Listens, and that's the same survey that we're using to go out with public outreach in person to use, but you can fill it out online. So on the agenda, if you click on the pedestrian plan update item, it's the hyperlink to that website, and that website has the link to the survey, but you can also find it on Lawrence Listens. So we'd encourage not only the board members, but those that to just feel free to push this information to folks that and we're really trying to get a lot of results and a lot of feedback to help drive the plan. So it's really important that we get survey information. So please help staff in that effort. Thanks.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Yeah, thank you for noting that that was already in the link. So all that information is there. I believe our next update will probably be once we collect a decent amount of information via the survey. I'm thinking it may be instructive to take that to MMTC as maybe an agenda item or a study session and see if we can kind of learn from who's responded and see how that not only affects the pedestrian plan, but maybe if there's any new information that we could, avail ourselves of going forward. Gary, did you have your hand raised? I don't know.
I just wanted to mention that if you follow the link on the previous item, the route I'm on the committee as well. If you follow the link on the route redesign that's in your notes, that's in your agenda, it will take you to the page, and there's a link there to all the current planned outreach events. There's still about 10 left out of a whole list of 20 total. So I'm tabling tomorrow at the public library, and it's a chance to interact with people and explain on route redesign. So check out those events and show up.
Commissioner Bowen. Nick, I have a question. Did I say that KDOT had a representative on your committee?
I believe they do, but I'm not sure if they've been on the call. Gregory, were you on the call on Thursday or not? I forget. if they were on that or not.
Yeah, this is Dave Crone, city engineer. If you speak, referring to the pedestrian plan, they're on our list of staff advisors. It's Jenny. It was Jenny and Matt. Jenny Kramer who presented tonight, and Matt Messina, our staff advisors on that committee.
It shows here that it's Allison Smith from KDOT.
Well, I was wondering if they're doing an update to KDOT at the same time we're doing an update, what are we using for reference? Their 1995 plan? Or are we trying to develop a plan in parallel? What are we doing?
We're basing it off of the previously adopted pedestrian plan, which I think was 2015. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the, yeah, no wonder I have the wrong roster. This is the 2014 roster. So yeah, we're basically updating the 2015 pedestrian plan that was MPO and Lawrence specific. So I think KDOT is there to advise, but it's not necessarily that we're following their standards really.
Any other questions? Let's see, calendar? No.
One more committee update.
Yeah, board review and performance measure.
Yes, this is Dave Crone, city engineer. I don't believe that committee met in the last month, so there's no update that I'm aware of.
On to calendar.
Carol, one quick thing, if I may. Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I didn't feel this was necessarily appropriate during the last agenda item, but I think it is now. So we know that the land development code rewrite is coming up, and I think we all understand that MMTC does need to be involved in this, at least in some capacity. I don't know what that looks like just yet, but I would strongly recommend that we at least maybe pen a letter to the city commission. I can help draft one if you'd like, basically asking to be involved in the process, because otherwise all these discussions that we've been having around the intersection of land use and planning will, you know, kind of not have come to fruition. So I think rather than wait around and ask for our feedback, I think we would be better off being proactive in this effort, which is kind of a once in a generation chance to reshape how the built environment is going to look. So I don't know if this needs to be a motion. If you just want a thumbs up, thumbs down, if anybody is even on board with the idea, but any thoughts?
Anyone?
This is Commissioner Bryan. I would like to know more about what the process is going to be for steering that work. Is it just going to be run by a consultant or staff? You know, we had a Horizon 2020 steering committee. It seems like this is a pretty big deal. It might deserve that level of engagement.
Dave Crone, city engineer. It is a big update. There will be engagement process. It hasn't been determined yet. I'm sure the MMTC will be included in those conversations. That's all I have to update on this point. So there's a lot of stakeholders that will be involved in that process, and so I don't know how it looks and who's all going to be on the steering committee, but there'll be a big public engagement process for that for sure. So, and I would expect MMTC to be included in that.
David, what's the timeline? When, if we're thinking about a letter now, is it necessary because it's going to be put off? Or when are they going to be start firing up?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I think the RFQ is going out. If it's not out already, it's being worked on. And then I would anticipate it starting next year, but I don't have a schedule. It's just starting. It's budgeted in the CIP for next year. So I don't have all that information at this point. I would say if you really feel the need to draft a letter, go for it. But I think I can tell you that the MMTC will be included somehow on how, and we'll provide you an update when we have a plan for engagement. And then if you, I guess I would say if you feel like you need to be more involved, that might be the time to say something, but that's about all I know at this point.
Anyone else have a thought on that? Should we hold off on writing a letter? Should we write a letter?
Kuzmiak, MMTC. It sounds like we're kind of apathetic about the whole thing at this rate. So I say it's probably makes more sense instead of for one person to drive this thing proactively to just kind of wait till it comes back around. I believe the RFP said that early February is when the city commission is set to approve the contract in full, or maybe the kickoff meeting. It's something like that. So I think that's kind of the timeline for the official start of this.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners? I have just one brief thought. I always have a list, but I'll just do it with one brief thought. Everyone seems to think that putting in a sidewalk and an ADA ramp is what pedestrians need. That pedestrians just need a place to walk. That doesn't necessarily mean a sidewalk. That's my comment. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Dave Crone, city engineer. Commissioner Bone, we have the one more item, the calendar to go over.
Oh, I'm sorry, David.
And I'm happy to give you a quick update on that. So our next meeting is Monday, December the 6th. On a study session, we included a discussion on bikeway intersection improvements and follow up on that green pavement marking review that we've been working on with Alta to review criteria on that. On the regular meeting, we have the 2022 calendar and annual retreat. So starting a conversation on getting together a group to help plan our annual retreat, which we've traditionally done in January or February, and then setting the dates for meetings next year. The neighborhood traffic management program safer speeds report. So that's going to be a follow-up on the education campaign that we did this year, the before and after survey information and results on that Alta worked on for us. So that'll be on the regular meeting, and then a recommendation on the Wakarusa Drive project that we reviewed the concepts for last month. And so those are the items that are listed. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we'll bring back a follow-up on the item tonight for the street maintenance plan, as you recommended.
That was rather general. Are we talking about the policy on when we would use white lines?
Dave Cronin's engineer, we are not bringing a policy in December on where to use white lines. We're going to bring back a recommendation on reviewing Haskell and Monterey Way and the bike facility that we're recommending for those streets.
So several people were interested in discussing the use of the white lines. Where can we put that?
Dave Cronin's engineer, we'll need to put that in 2022.
Okay, can we put it on the future study session topics or something?
Yes. You can do that.
This is Commissioner Brian. For the study session in December on the bikeway intersection improvements, will that possibly include discussion of raised crosswalks or raised crossings?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I don't know, Commissioner Brian, what we're all going to have. There's a lot to go into intersection improvements. A lot of the raised crosswalks are for non-controlled intersections. I think we were trying to get to looking at more arterial shared use path crossings, and we've only got an hour. I know we were going to follow up on the on our standard detail for the raised crosswalks that we talked about in the that we talked about earlier. But if you have additional thoughts, please feel free to let me know.
Well, I was just thinking it might be if the topic is, broad enough, it might be a good time to help us understand better about the different types of what appear to be raised crossings on our bikeway network are. So if we need to learn that these aren't all considered the same thing, and they might be specifications that are designed just differently or whatever, I think that'd be a helpful time to get get a chance for us to ask questions and understand that. The other thing I was interested in, whether it might be part of this topic, is the Idaho stop. It's been brought up a few times this year. And I tried to get some information from Jenny in her presentation. It sounds like this has been an ongoing thing as well. And it's an intersection issue for bicyclists. So I wonder if you could provide more background on the history of that, and just more detail about why the staff recommendation is not to take this on at this time.
Okay, Dave Krantz, the engineer. I'll see if I can put together a very brief memo on the history, and then we can put that maybe under staff items. I don't know if we'll have enough time to discuss it all in the study session, but I know we can put together something on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else on the calendar? Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Court Buffington, so move.
Second?
Commissioner Bryan, second.
All in favor?
Thanks, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Good night.